Chapter 1171 Powerful Peach Blossom Tree. Chapter 1171 Powerful Peach Blossom Tree. This. Brother Tiger, you were careless, right? It should be. Otherwise, why would he be hit by a child? Shaking his head, the spirit tiger stood up and panted heavily, gradually regaining his senses. Little child, you've angered me. He glared at the boy not far away and said fiercely. The physical blow was secondary. The main thing was that he was punched right in the face by the child in front of Monkey and the others. That was way too embarrassing. Swash! The spirit tiger's figure flashed and his blood chi burst forth. Thunderbolts coiled around his body, and he exuded a domineering aura unique to the tiger race. Roar! The spirit tiger roared the boy. A strong wind howled. You're so noisy. The boy frowned, somewhat angry. Initially, he wanted to teach the spirit tiger a lesson. However, he did not expect the latter to get up and even shout at him. That made him extremely displeased. Swash! The spirit tiger felt his vision blur, and the boy had already vanished on the spot. So fast! The spirit tiger's heart sank, and he did not have time to think. Waving his hand, he released thunderous might and struck forward. Bang! Before the spirit tiger's fist touched the boy's clothes, his face was severely injured once more. After a moment of dizziness, the spirit tiger realized that he was sent flying by another punch from the boy. When he got up from the ground, both his cheeks were swollen, and his head was truly as swollen as a tiger's. This time round, Monkey and the others did not laugh. They had fought countless battles and had sharp eyes. Naturally, they could tell that although the boy looked innocent and cute, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Within the same realm, there were not many demons that could defeat the spirit tiger. Even though the spirit tiger did not take on his true form and was not at his peak condition, the boy was still in human form as well. Interesting. Monkey smacked his lips with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. He loved fighting the most in his life. Back then, when he first met Suzimo, they stayed in that cave for half a year and fought almost every day. Now that he saw how strong the boy was, Monkey's hands were itching as well. Little child, I'll play with you. Monkey grinned and stamped his foot on the ground, scurrying over. A malevolent aura surged as he reached out with his furry palm and grabbed at the boy. As though he could tell that Monkey was not weak, the boy straightened his face and focused. Bang! 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 The boy clashed against Monkey 3 times consecutively without being disadvantaged. Monkey was initially holding back, worried that he would injure the boy. However, the two of them clashed repeatedly, and Monkey's strength continued to increase. In the end, even after pushing it to his limits, he could not force the boy back. Furthermore, Monkey could vaguely sense that the child still had strength left. Monkey was fearless and delighted at the sight of his prey. He no longer held back and released all his strength to fight the boy. Whose child is this? He's already so amazing at such a young age? Ching Ching was puzzled. Among the 7 of them, Monkey was ranked 3rd in terms of combat strength and could even fight against Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. How was this child so powerful? 5th, what are you able to tell? Ching Ching glanced sideways and asked. Night Spirit pondered for a moment before saying, Peach blossom wood is extremely powerful to begin with. In the primordial era, it was known as the dragon subduing wood and the ghost terror wood. Many races refer to it as the immortal wood. One could imagine how strong it was to be able to subdue dragons, ward off evil, and exorcise ghosts. So amazing! Ching Ching was secretly speechless. Ku was puzzled and could not help but say, however, there are very few peach blossom trees that are sentient in the demon realm. Even if they are sentient, they are rarely able to cultivate to this realm, let alone possess such strong combat strength. That will depend on how the peach blossom tree became sentient, Night Spirit said. What do you mean by that? Ching Ching and the others did not understand. Night Spirit explained, to put it simply, if the peach blossom tree is sentient after a long period of evolution and nurtured by the heaven and earth spirit chi, the power it can control will be limited. Or perhaps it was a coincidence that it gained sentience and entered the path of cultivation. That's normal as well. After pausing for a moment, Night Spirit continued, however, it's a different story if it gained sentience because its intellect was unlocked upon guidance by an expert. Expert. Ching Ching and the others asked instinctively. Night Spirit said, for example, if an immortal were to guide this peach blossom tree and allow it to gain sentience, that would mean that the Tao legacy of this peach blossom tree comes from this immortal. Once it enters cultivation, its potential will be unimaginable. Ching Ching and the others understood. There were many similar legends in Tianhuang mainland. It was said that immortals of the upper realm often cultivated on a green stone. Over time, the green stone gained sentience and intellect. Even the green stone became extremely powerful and invincible once it started cultivating. In that case, the person who guided this peach blossom tree to gain sentience has an extraordinary background. Ching Ching speculated, could it be a grand or old demon? A grand demon was equivalent to a conjoint body, mighty figure. Old demons were equivalent to Mahayana patriarchs. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure fell with a bang. In midair, the figure released his blood chi once more and barely controlled his body before landing on the ground and staggering 3 steps back. The one who was beaten back was Monkey. This time round, Ching Ching and the others were truly shocked. Even Monkey could not defeat this little boy. Night Spirit frowned slightly and murmured with a deep gaze, the person who guided this peach blossom tree is probably much more terrifying than a Mahayana patriarch. Brother Monkey, don't worry. I'll help you. At the side, the spirit tiger rubbed his swollen face and was about to pounce forward furiously. Get back here. Ching Ching chided. You 2 men, aren't you ashamed to join forces against a child? The spirit tiger blushed. He did not want to either, but he felt aggrieved. If news of him being beaten up by a child spread, he would not be able to survive in Howling Moon Mountain anymore. Humph, you bunch of bad guys, come at me together. I'm not afraid. Right then, the boy's childish voice sounded. Bloody hell! At that moment, the spirit tiger could not take it anymore. Ignoring Ching Ching's obstruction, he charged forward and scolded. You little brat! Let's see how your grandpa tiger will deal with you. Count me in. The golden lion could not help but join in the fun. Monkey, the spirit tiger and golden lion lunged forward. Trap! The boy conjured hand seals with both hands and shouted softly. Suddenly, branches grew out of nowhere beneath the feet of Monkey and the other 2 and weaved into a cage, trapping them within. The 3 of them released their attacks one after another, but they could not charge out at all. Although the peach blossom tree branch looked as thick as an infant's arm, it was unusually tough and invulnerable. Roar! The spirit tiger and the golden lion reverted to their true forms. However, the golden lion was still unable to cut through the peach blossom tree branch with his claws. Relying on the 4 incomparably sharp tiger claws that he had fused with in the past, the spirit tiger managed to sever a few peach blossom tree branches. However, the tree branches were endless and filled the gaps rapidly. Monkey's condition was not much better. He summoned Imminent and broke a few branches. However, Imminent was entangled by the newly grown branches layer by layer and was completely entangled within. Humph! It was only then that the boy revealed a smug expression and waved his fist. Bad guys, do you know how strong I am now? Chapter 1172, Walloped for Nothing. Chapter 1172, Walloped for Nothing. Ching Ching and Coo Coo exchanged glances, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Apart from his frightening combat strength, the boy looked like a naive and adorable child. In the cage made of peach blossom wood, the golden lion had already given up and laid down obediently. He finally understood that his strength was unnecessary. After the spirit tiger reverted to its true form, it roared in the cage and charged left and right, unable to get out despite being exhausted. The spirit tiger gave up as well. "Little child, you win," the spirit tiger said weakly. Monkey was motionless. He would never admit defeat. There was no such thing as admitting defeat in his bloodline. However, Monkey felt conflicted. Was he going to trigger the berserk power in his bloodline just because of this child? Once he went berserk, he would become extremely dangerous. Apart from his closest kin, such as the spirit tiger and the others, he would recognize no one else. Irrational, the only thing on his mind would be to kill without any sense of propriety. Monkey was worried that he would injure the child in his berserk state. He could also tell that this child was kind-hearted and did not have the savage and vicious aura of other fiend demons. Instead, he had a scholarly aura. It was a familiar feeling. However, Monkey could not recall it at that moment. Yet, if he did not use the berserk power of his bloodline, he would truly be subdued by this child. After he obtained Imminent, even if he was severely injured, he had never lost his weapon. But now, even Imminent was entangled by the intertwining branches and was completely out of his control. This was unprecedented. He could not admit defeat. Monkey's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. When she saw that, Ching Ching frowned slightly with a worried expression. She was well aware of Monkey's bloodshot eyes and his berserk state. He was a terrifying existence that could not be controlled. Notwithstanding the increase in his speed and strength, Monkey would not even feel pain, and his combat strength would increase exponentially. Just as Ching Ching was worried, the boy tilted his head and exclaimed softly, as though he had sensed something as well. "That's a little dangerous, The boy blinked and murmured. Although he had never fought Monkey in his berserk state before, he was extremely sharp and could already sense the danger. The boy pondered for a moment before changing his hand seal and channeling dermic powers into the cage. Suddenly, pink flower buds grew from the tree branches of the cage. Before long, all the flower buds bloomed under the watchful gazes of Ching Ching and the others. The peach blossoms were tender and beautiful, emitting a faint fragrance that refreshed the heart. Monkey felt his consciousness blur from the fragrance as his eyelids grew heavy and he felt drowsy. The blood light in his eyes gradually faded as well. After persisting for a moment, Monkey could not hold on and fell with a thud in the cage, snoring loudly. Ching Ching was dumbfounded. That was possible. The boy was so smart that he did not fight Monkey head-on. Instead, he changed his tactics and prevented Monkey from releasing the berserk power. Of course, the fragrance of the peach blossom was also extraordinary since it could knock out Monkey. In that short period of time, Monkey, the spirit tiger, and the golden lion were suppressed by a mere child. Ching Ching pondered. Even if she and Coo Coo went up, nothing would change. They reigned supreme in Howling Moon Mountain and were invincible. Furthermore, they caused a huge ruckus at the North Region Dao meet. To think that they would lose to a child in front of this insignificant Pingyang town. If this child was already so strong, who knew what sort of a character the young master he mentioned was? Of course, they were not completely defeated either. At the very least, Night Spirit had not attacked yet. The moment that thought flashed through her mind, Ching Ching suddenly realized that Night Spirit had disappeared unknowingly. She seemed to have thought of something as she raised her head and looked towards the boy. A figure appeared behind the boy, silently like a ghost, staring at him expressionlessly. All of a sudden, Night Spirit attacked. The boy seemed to have sensed something and darted forward. Shing! The clothes on the boy's arm were still torn by Night Spirit's fingertip, revealing an arm that resembled a lotus root. His skin was tender and fair with a faint trace of blood on it. Night Spirit exclaimed softly with a bright gaze. Even most Dharma characteristic, Tao, lords could not dodge his attack. To think that the boy's senses would be so sharp! Of course, he still managed to injure the boy, although the wound was extremely shallow. The boy looked at the wound on his arm and felt aggrieved. His eyes were moist. He turned around and glared at Night Spirit angrily, raising a pair of small fists. "Bad guy, you've hurt me." The child was innocent and did not even know how to curse. Even though he was hurt by Night Spirit and was extremely aggrieved and furious, he could only address the latter as bad guy. In his heart, there were only 3 types of people in the world: good people, bad people, and his young master. Night Spirit smiled at the boy's rebuke and was not bothered. All of a sudden, he retracted its smile. His gaze landed on the boy's injured arm. In that short period of time, the wound on the boy's arm had disappeared without a single scar left behind. What strong regeneration capabilities! Night Spirit's heart skipped a beat. That regeneration capability was even comparable to his. Just as Night Spirit's mind was in a state of chaos, the boy charged forward and took a step forward. Leaning forward, he extended his arms from his abdomen and clenched his fists. His index finger protruded slightly as he thrust forward in a gentle motion. Moo! At the same time, a stream of air spewed out from the boy's mouth and nose, forming a strange, dull sound. Instantly, the boy's figure seemed to vanish and was replaced by a terrifying bull demon with horns that pierced the skies. Night Spirit saw that this move seemed familiar and was filled with killing intent. He recognized its potency and did not take it head-on as he vanished in a flash. Without hesitation, the boy changed his stance and spun around. Protecting his chest with his left hand, he clenched his right fist and his flesh expanded, forming a gigantic seal that smashed towards his back. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Night Spirit's figure appeared. The boy's eyes lit up and he changed his stance once more. Opening his fist, it suddenly turned soft and landed on Night Spirit's palm with a coil and a tremble. Swoosh! The boy's palm landed in the void with a crisp sound. He missed. "Stop fighting." Right then, Monkey's voice sounded. The boy could not divert his attention to control the cage while battling Night Spirit. The spirit tiger and the golden lion woke up quickly. Monkey woke up as well. The moment he woke up, he saw the boy turn around and execute a move that he was most familiar with, Sanguine Ape Fist Seal. A thought flashed through Monkey's mind as he shouted hurriedly. The boy refused to stop and glared at Night Spirit angrily, shouting in a huff, "Bad guy, don't run!" However, Night Spirit did not move. He recognized the origin of the moves that the child had used earlier on as well. Monkey looked at the child and asked in a deep voice, "Little child, is your young master's surname Sue?" How did you know?" The boy was stunned and asked curiously with widened eyes. Ching Ching and the others gradually understood as well. The spirit tiger had a glum expression as he rubbed his swollen cheek and grumbled, "Bloody hell, we've been fighting among ourselves the entire time. I got walloped for nothing." Chapter 1173, Life Imprint. Chapter 1173, Life Imprint. When Ching Ching found out that the boy was related to Su Zimo, she was even happier. The more she looked at the boy, the more she liked him. "You deserve it." She saw the aggrieved look on the spirit tiger's face and could not help but laugh. "Who asked you to bully a child?" "Sister, have you ever seen such a ferocious child?" The spirit tiger rolled its eyes with a dark expression. Not only did the boy suppress the 3 of them, he was not disadvantaged even in a fight against Night Spirit. The Golden Lion exclaimed, "First is truly amazing. When did he nurture such a monster incarnate?" The boy was confused and could not help but ask, "You guys know my young master?" "More than that." Monkey grinned. "We're very close to your young master and our sworn siblings. Your young master is our big brother." "Is that so?" The boy tilted his head and blinked his eyes. His pitch-black eyes darted around in a skeptical manner. Ching Ching asked curiously, "First didn't mention us to you?" When he heard that, a look of disappointment crossed the boy's face. Lowering his head slightly, he said in a soft voice, "No, the young master only spoke to me twice." "How is that possible?" The spirit tiger shook his head. "If First didn't talk much to you, how did you learn all these killing moves?" As he said that, the spirit tiger gestured twice. "Those moves?" The boy shook his head. "Young master didn't teach them to me." "He didn't." Ching Ching, the spirit tiger, and the others exchanged glances. They could tell that the other party was confused. In their impression, Suzimo was the only one who knew those killing moves. If it was not taught by Suzimo, where did the boy learn it from? "First didn't teach you how to cultivate?" Ching Ching asked again. The boy shook his head. "I've only seen the scene when young master broke through to the Golden Core realm. After I gained sentience, those moves and some dermic formulations for cultivation were already in my mind." "That's strange. If not for First, who else would know those moves?" The spirit tiger murmured. Monkey's heart skipped a beat as a figure in blood-colored robes appeared in his mind. "Her," he murmured softly. Only Monkey knew that apart from Suzimo, there was another person who knew those moves. In a night more than 100 years ago, this mysterious woman imparted to him a dermic formulation of the ape race before disappearing. Night Spirit once said that the stronger the origin of the peach blossom tree sentience, the greater the potential of the boy. If that was the case, the mysterious woman was probably the one who helped the peach blossom tree gain sentience. No wonder this boy was frighteningly strong. So he had inherited the legacy of that mysterious woman. Ching Ching came to the boy's side and squatted down, asking with a smile, "How long has it been since you've seen your young master?" "More than 100 years." The boy counted with his fingers. "What did your young master tell you before he left?" Ching Ching asked again. The boy replied in a serious manner, "He told me to protect the citizens of this place." "So, you've been guarding this place for more than 100 years." A gentle look flashed through Ching Ching's eyes. The boy nodded vigorously. "I've never left all these years. The citizens of Pingyang Town have been living well, too." "Yes, we saw that." Ching Ching nodded. For some reason, everyone felt a sense of softness in their hearts when they saw the boy like that. Even the spirit tiger's resentment towards the boy vanished instantly. For the sake of a single sentence, this child shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting his people and did not take a single step away. Just how many dangers and difficulties did he experience during this period of time? Previously, the North region experienced the calamity of the witch goo, but there were no signs of it happening here. It must be because of the protection of this boy. This child did not even know when the end would be. In fact, he didn't even know when he could see his young master again. All he remembered was that sentence left to him before his young master left. With that, he remained here for more than 100 years. The boy seemed to have let down his guard against Ching Ching and the others as he continued. "Right. I'll also bear many peaches every year to distribute to the grannies and grandpas of the town. After consuming the peaches, they get to live for a long time." Everyone was enlightened. It was no wonder why they saw so many old people in Pingyang Town. It was because of the protection of this child. "Seems like the legend about the peach blossom tree is true," Night Spirit said. "Legend has it that some immortal peaches can extend one's lifespan by hundreds or even thousands of years after eating them. Of course, the boy was far from that level. The fruits he bore could only help the mortals extend their lifespans by dozens of years. There have been many bad guys like us over the years, right? Ching Ching asked with a smile. The boy nodded. Immediately after, he shook his head and blinked his clear eyes. He met Ching Ching's gaze and said, "You guys are not bad. Those bad guys are truly bad. Those bad guys wanted to snatch things because they were strong. They killed and bullied people everywhere. However, they were all beaten away by me. You beat them away." Everyone was surprised, and the spirit tiger could not help but ask, "You didn't kill them?" In their minds, they believed that they had to be ruthless to their enemies and kill them all. There was no such thing as beating their enemies away. No. The boy shook his head. "I don't know how to kill, and I don't want to kill either. Every life is precious, and I don't want to hurt them." To Monkey and the others, those words sounded extremely ridiculous. If they had that belief, they would not be able to survive in the cruel demon and cultivation world. However, Monkey and the others did not mock, ridicule, or scoff at him. This child's heart was pure and kind. The world in his eyes was also beautiful and gentle. In his heart, every life was precious and worthy of respect. Monkey and the others did not want to and could not bear to break the beautiful world in the child's heart. This child was definitely an anomaly in Tianhuang mainland. He was so powerful, but he had never killed anyone before. Perhaps those with such beliefs would not be able to survive in this cruel world. However, they would protect this child. Su Zimo would protect this child. If possible, they did not want the child's hands to be stained with blood. Monkey and the others did not know that it was not a coincidence that the boy possessed such conviction. The origin of this peach blossom tree's sentience was Daiyu. However, in reality, apart from himself, there was another life imprint in the peach blossom tree. Zhui Feng, who died in perfected being Songlang's hands. That was Su Zimo's favorite mount in the past. Back then, Su Zimo buried Zhui Feng's ashes under the peach blossom tree with immense sorrow. Dai witnessed everything. That was the reason why Zhui Feng's remnant soul was fused into the peach blossom tree, granting it an immortal opportunity to gain sentience and impart Tao under the tree. Although the current boy was transformed from a peach blossom tree, he actually had the imprint of Zhui Feng within his consciousness. Against the power of a golden core, Zhui Feng was defenseless and deeply felt the helplessness and pain. That was the reason why the boy did not wish to harm any life in his consciousness. The imprint left behind by Zhui Feng was also the reason why this boy, the manifestation of the peach blossom tree sentience, relied and trusted Su Zimo so much. Chapter 1174, Center of Attention. Chapter 1174, Center of Attention. After the North Region Tao meet ended, the cultivation world of the North Region did not calm down at all. Desolate Marshal challenged Dao Bing Xianyu to a duel in the old capital of Yan Country on the 5th of April. Xianyu accepted the challenge. Before the battle even began, it was already the center of attention with a huge commotion. Firstly, both parties involved in the fight were extremely special. One of them was Dao Bing Desolate Marshal, known as the #1 monster incarnate in history. The other was a glass palace cultivator, Dao Lord Xianyu. Both of them were famous. More importantly, this was a battle that had a major cultivation realm gap. This battle would definitely be a life and death battle as well, since neither side could afford to lose. For a period of time, the North region was in turmoil and countless sects and factions were paying attention to the battle, setting things into motion from behind the scenes. At the beginning of April, cultivators lingered around the old capital of Yan Country. All the cultivators wanted to witness this unprecedented battle personally. I heard that the feud between Desolate Marshal and Xian Yu was established more than 100 years ago. That's right. This place was originally flourishing and prosperous. It was because of Xian Yu's orders that this capital was reduced to ruins. Some cultivators stood on the ruins of the old capital and discussed the matter. Who do you guys think will win this battle? It'll definitely be Dao, Lord Xian Yu. A cultivator analyzed. If it was an ordinary Dharma, characteristic, Dao, Lord, Desolate Marshal would definitely have a high chance of winning. However, I heard that Dao Lord Xian Yu is extremely strong and is ranked second among the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Glass Palace, second only to Dao Lord Glass. Dao Lord Glass was the titular disciple of Glass Palace. The reason why he was conferred the title of Dao Lord Glass was also because Su Zimo killed this generation's titular disciple of Glass Palace back in the Dao inheritance ground. More than 100 years ago, Xian Yu was only a void reversion. Now that he's already at the Dharma characteristic realm, he's not someone easy to deal with. I believe that Dao Lord Xian Yu will win as well. Not necessarily. Another cultivator shook his head. I heard that many Dharma characteristic Dao lords died in the hands of Desolate Marshal at the North Region Dao Meet. Over the past few days, the topic of discussion was the outcome of the battle. Look, the Glass Palace cultivators have appeared again. A cultivator pointed to the skies not far away and said, for the past few days, Glass Palace cultivators would descend to the vicinity of the old capital of Yen country almost every day to check things out. They're worried that Desolate Marshal might set up a trap in the ruins. A cultivator shook his head and pursed his lips. Glass Palace is being too petty. Since Desolate Marshal set up the challenge openly, why would he do something like that? As time passed, more and more cultivators gathered. Even the sect masters of the various upper sects and aristocratic families were here personally to watch the battle. The commotion was shocking and spectacular. The Empress of Great Zhou, Jiaoxue, led an army over personally. The old immortal crane of Ethereal Peak led her disciples to spectate as well. At the same time, outside the old capital of Yen country, a woman arrived. She had black hair like a waterfall and wore snow-white clothes. She was extremely beautiful with icy skin and jade bones. Her eyes were bright and charming and could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. The white-robed woman looked at the ruins in silence. Suddenly, a furry head popped out of the woman's embrace with a pair of tiny paws. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she asked in a daze, "Are we here?" "Yes," the white-robed woman replied. The little beast seemed to be invigorated as it popped its head out and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yen country. It was a fiery red little fox. Goddess True Jade, wasn't I right? Young Master hasn't forgotten about me. He's doing this to take revenge for me. The little fox said smugly, "There's nothing praiseworthy about dragging it on for more than 100 years. The white-robed woman replied with a hint of disdain. Little Fox frowned slightly and argued, "This is already amazing of young Master. He's a major cultivation realm away from Dao, Lord Xian Yu. Goddess True Jade, you seem to have some prejudice against young Master." The white-robed woman recalled the scene in the depths of the cave and felt flustered. Her cheeks flushed as she grit her teeth and did not continue. "No matter what, Goddess True Jade, I've won this bet." Little Fox replied happily, "Young Master has never forgotten about me and will definitely protect me. Don't worry." The white-robed woman had a calm expression. "We'll talk about it after he wins this battle. A Dharma characteristic Dao, Lord of Glass Palace, isn't going to be so easy to deal with. If he loses, it'll mean that I was right. That person doesn't have the ability to protect you, and you'll have to follow me from now on." In the palace of the old capital of Yen country, it was a day away from the 5th of April. Su Zimo was still cultivating in a dilapidated palace. He had been isolated from the outside world for the past few days, and his cultivation realm had not changed. However, he was in no hurry. The more anxious one was, the more likely they would fall into a quagmire of cultivation and be unable to extricate themselves. Nian Qi stood at the entrance, guarding it day and night. Monkey and the others had arrived a few days ago as well. Among them, there was a child wearing a white jacket. His eyes were black, and he was extremely intelligent. Monkey and the others knew that Su Zimo was at a critical juncture of his cultivation breakthrough and did not barge in recklessly, waiting outside. The night before the final battle, suddenly, 2 beams of light shone within the pitch-black palace. Those were Su Zimo's eyes. His aura rose continuously. Endless dermic powers surged into his body, forming vortexes that connected heaven and earth. After a long time, the trend gradually slowed down and stopped. He had broken through. Perfected void reversion realm. Su Zimo could clearly sense that his essence spirit had truly turned whole and full at that moment. There were no flaws at all on his body. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He seemed to have understood something and closed his eyes in deep thought. He only reopened his eyes once again at daybreak. When he tried to comprehend about the epiphany of the previous night, a smile finally appeared on his face. Sensing that Su Zimo was fine, Monkey and the others no longer waited and entered the palace. "You guys are back." Su Zimo swept his gaze across Monkey and the others and smiled. All of a sudden, his gaze paused and landed on a boy among Monkey and the others. The boy looked at him as well. Although the boy was trying his best to control himself, Su Zimo could see the excitement and joy in his eyes. The boy looked unfamiliar. Su Zimo could guarantee that he had never seen the boy before. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity from the boy. He looked at the boy's pitch-black and intelligent eyes and shuddered as though he had suddenly thought of something. He finally knew where the sense of familiarity from the boy came from. That pair of eyes and that gaze were almost identical to Zhuai Yufeng, who had accompanied him through his growth. At the same time, Su Zimo caught sight of the boy's true form. Instantly he understood many things. Chapter 1175, Blood Tribute. Chapter 1175, Blood Tribute. Greetings, young master. The boy mimicked the scholars of the mortal world and walked forward respectfully, cupping his fists at Su Zimo. After the peach blossom tree gained sentience, the only person it came into contact with was Su Zimo. His actions and words would also imitate Su Zimo subconsciously, making him look like an obedient and cute little scholar. "You've already cultivated to that realm." Su Zimo was slightly surprised. Ching Ching and the others exchanged glances and smiled as they recounted everything that happened after they met the boy. Su Zimo was touched when he heard the boy share his peaches with the elders of Pingyang Town to extend their lifespans. "Why did you do that?" Su Zimo already had a guess, but he still looked at the boy and asked gently. The boy said, "Your kin departed more than 100 years ago. I saw that you were devastated and thought of helping the mortals in the town live longer once I was successful in my cultivation." That day, when Su Zimo was under the tree and watched Su Hong pass away, he was in great pain. The peach blossom tree witnessed everything. However, his cultivation was still shallow back then, and he could not do anything. He could only shake his tree branches and grow some peach blossoms to comfort Su Zimo. "Come over." Su Zimo beckoned to the boy with a gentle gaze. Not only did the boy have Zhuai Feng's life imprint, there were also some traces of Daiyu. He had witnessed the scene where Daiyu imparted her Dao. Although it was Su Zimo's first time seeing the boy, he had an indescribable feeling towards the latter and was fond of him. "First, this child doesn't have a name yet. Give him one," Ching Ching said. Monkey grinned. What name do you want? You should learn from me and just call yourself Peach. That's too perfunctory. The spirit tiger shook his head. If you ask me, I think we should call him Taupatian. It'll be as domineering as my Hubatian. That's terrible. Ching Ching, and the others frowned in disdain. Even the boy pouted. Pondering for a moment, Suzimo said, "There are clouds in ancient poems, and the peach blossoms shine brilliantly. Peaches are abundant with fruits and flesh. Peaches grow luxuriously with lush leaves. Why don't we call you Tao Yao?" "All right." The boy smiled. Right then, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he stood up slowly and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the endless void and land on a person. "He's finally here." Suzimo rose slowly and passed through the dilapidated hall. Arriving in midair, he stood on the wind. A cultivator was flying over from the eastern horizon. That person wore a golden Taoist robe and had his hands behind his back. He had a grim expression, and every single step he took in the void seemed to be calculated accurately without any mistakes. Tao, Lord Xianyu. Even after more than 100 years, Suzimo recognized this person at a glance. At that moment, the sun had just risen. Behind Tao, Lord Xianyu, the morning sun shone with a golden glow that illuminated the world and enveloped his figure. It was as though Tao Lord Xianyu was treading on light with the morning sun on his back. Under the illumination of the light, his face shone with a glass-like luster that was impossible to look at. A powerful aura surged over. When they saw that, the cultivators around the old capital were shocked. Even though they were watching from below, they could sense the unparalleled might of Tao, Lord Xianyu, as though he was one with the world. By cultivating to the Dharma characteristic realm, one would be able to condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. By borrowing the power of the heaven and earth, one's comprehension of the heaven and earth was almost at its peak. It was even more so for Tao, Lord Xianyu. Even the surrounding cultivators felt a sense of pressure. It was hard to imagine how Suzimo would feel facing him head-on. As expected of the second, strongest Dharma characteristic of Glass Palace, to think that he could gather such might. The sect master of Stellar Luna's sect lamented. As sect masters, there were Dharma characteristic Tao lords who had been famous for a long time. It had only been 100 years since Tao, Lord Xianyu, entered the Dharma characteristic realm. However, he had already surpassed many of the sect masters. As one of the immortal sects, Glass Palace naturally had its strengths. Blaze Columbus Valley's Valley Master said, "There shouldn't be any suspense in this battle after seeing Tao, Lord Xian, use capabilities." Desolate Marshall's trump cards have been completely exposed to the North Region Tao meet. Tao, Lord Xian, you represents Glass Palace in this battle, and he won't tolerate failure. He must have made thorough preparations. The sect master of Heavenly Piercing, Sword Sect, said. The moment Tao, Lord Xianyu, appeared, even some cultivators who were initially confident in Suzimo were shaken. His power was on a completely different level. Even some Dharma characteristic Tao lords present could not resist Tao, Lord Xianyu's aura, let alone void reversions. However, unexpectedly, even when Tao, Lord Xianyu, was 100 feet away from Suzimo, the latter was still indifferent and did not retreat at all. It was as though Suzimo could not feel any pressure under such circumstances. How was that possible? Desolate Marshal, we meet again. Tao, Lord Xian, you smiled gently. To be honest, I truly did not expect you to survive and grow to this point. Surprisingly, the meeting between the two of them was not as tense as everyone imagined it to be. Tao, Lord Xian, you looked at Suzimo with a relaxed expression without any killing intent. He continued, I'm here to give you another choice. If you choose to join Glass Palace, the grudges between you and us can be written off. After joining Glass Palace, the other sects will no longer dare to cause trouble for you either." The moment he said that, the crowd stirred. "Dao Lord Xianyu is here to express his goodwill on behalf of Glass Palace. Glass Palace seems to be very sincere." Entering Glass Palace is a win-win situation. Many cultivators discussed softly. As one of the 9 immortal sects, Glass Palace was a sacred cultivation ground that many cultivators yearned to join. Who wouldn't want to join? Only the sect masters of some upper sects and aristocratic families sneered internally when they heard that and thought to themselves that it was vicious. How many Glass Palace cultivators had been killed by Su Zimo in the past 100 years? Even the titular disciple of Glass Palace was killed in the Dao inheritance ground. How could they let bygones be bygones? The reason why Dao Lord Xianyu said that was not to gain Su Zimo's trust. However, as long as Su Zimo's heart wavered, he would have lost this battle. At the very least, many cultivators in the crowd were tempted. These sect masters had lived for thousands of years and they were extremely experienced. What sort of tricks had they not seen before? In fact, they were certain that as long as Su Zimo's mind fluctuated slightly, Dao Lord Xianyu would definitely seize the opportunity to strike. "Xianyu, you don't have to put in so much effort." Su Zimo's expression was mocking as he said coldly, "I challenged you here today to kill you. Even if you want to commit suicide, I won't allow it." He was not even allowed to commit suicide. Su Zimo wanted to kill him personally. The smile on Dao Lord Xianyu's face gradually disappeared. His expression was frighteningly dark and filled with killing intent, revealing a menacing expression. Su Zimo walked towards Dao Lord Xianyu with a burning gaze and said slowly, "I'm going to use your blood as a tribute to this land. I'll use it as a tribute to my older brother and the citizens of Yan country. It will be used as a tribute to appease the innocent souls of the 13 cities of Yan country 100 years ago." Each time he mentioned the word tribute, Su Zimo's aura would increase by a fraction. When the final word was stated, Su Zimo's aura was at his peak and he attacked brazenly. Chapter 1176, Battle of Dermic Arts. Chapter 1176, Battle of Dermic Arts. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and the damning mantra exploded. At the same time, Su Zimo changed his hand seals repeatedly and almost instantly he conjured 3 offensive damning dermic seals. The Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, and Immortal Trap Seal descended at the same time. Instantly, the world changed and shook. At the end of the firmaments, Buddhist light shone through the clouds and illuminated the world. 3 gigantic golden palms that seemed corporeal crushed down towards Dao Lord Xianyu with the boundless might of heaven and earth. Without any probing, Su Zimo attacked with all his might. He had waited too long for this battle. More than 100 years ago, he was almost helpless against Dao Lord Xianyu. But now he was already standing opposite Dao Lord Xianyu. Is that the legendary lost secret skill of Daming Monastery? The combined power of the 3 dermic seals has already exceeded the limits of some Dharma characteristic Dao lords. Desolate Marshal is only at the void reversion realm. To think that his dermic powers would be so terrifying that they can summon the might of heaven and earth to create such a massive commotion. The 3 dermic seals descended and shone with a blinding golden light, causing the air to turn dry. Dao Lord Xianyu did not move at all as he looked at the golden palms that were crushing down. A look of disdain flashed through his eyes as he hollered softly, "Scarlet, rainbow, sacred slash!" A dermic art formed in Dao Lord Xianyu's palm. Following that, a scarlet light burst forth from his palm and shot out in all directions. It was as though a blazing sun was crushed by Dao Lord Xianyu. Poof, poof, poof. The scarlet beams collided with the golden palms, and after a brief stalemate, the golden palms were corroded and penetrated. In the blink of an eye, the 3 gigantic, sacred golden palms were riddled with holes and dimmed. "How dare you use such petty tricks to embarrass yourself? Tao, Lord Xian," you sneered. In reality, all the cultivators present knew that there was a major cultivation realm difference between them. The fact that Desolate Marshal could fight Tao, Lord Xianyu head-on without being disadvantaged proved the power of that dermic art. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect said indifferently, "It's a pity that he has yet to master the Daming Dermic Seal. I heard that the final 2 dermic seals of the Daming Dermic Seal are the most powerful. However, they were lost tens of thousands of years ago. It's only normal that this lad doesn't know." The Valley Master of Blaze, Columbus Valley, said, "The 2 dermic arts had yet to dissipate, and the dermic powers in the void still possessed immense, destructive power. However, Tao Lord Xian, you had a fearless expression. Relying on his powerful body, his figure flashed, and he turned into a streak of light, speeding toward Su Zimo through the layers of dermic powers. Here he comes. He's trying to kill Tao being Desolate Marshal in melee combat." The cultivators were shocked. Glass Palace was one of the strongest body-tempering super sects among the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sections. Legend has it that when the sect's secret skill, Glass Heart Sutra, was cultivated to its limits, one's body was comparable to dermic treasures and was indestructible, able to fight against pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. Glass Palace was the strongest in physique and bloodline. Everyone knew that Desolate Marshal's body was crippled by a half-martial ancestor 10 years ago. Although his reconstructed body displayed immense strength at the North Region Tao meet, he was most likely still slightly weaker than Tao, Lord Xianyu. Su Zimo was also aware of this. Back then, he was best at melee combat. Therefore, he knew one thing best. If Tao, Lord Xianyu, closed in, his situation would become extremely dangerous and passive. Swish! Su Zimo's body flashed with lightning as a pair of gigantic wings grew on his back. He burst forth with speed and retreated rapidly, trying his best to distance himself. At the same time, he conjured another dermic art. Bang! Boom! Boom! As his dermic art was formed, the skies were filled with dark clouds in the blink of an eye. It was frighteningly dark with flashes of lightning. Purple thunderstorm. He pointed forward. One after another, purple lightning descended onto the ground, tearing the void apart. Purple lightning coiled and formed a storm that connected the heavens and the earth that swept towards Tao, Lord Xianyu. That was the power of a top-tier dermic art. It could cause the world to tremble and summon the wind and rain. Su Zimo's attacks had yet to stop. The seal in his hands changed once more, and a gigantic thunderbolt formed in the middle of the dark clouds. A bedazzling sea of lightning appeared above Tao, Lord Xianyu's head, and the endless power of thunder condensed into a single point that descended. The fury of thunder. Purple thunderstorm. Fury of thunder. All the top dermic arts of the Great Void Spirit Refinement section descended and almost drowned Tao, Lord Xianyu. The crowd was shocked. If they had not witnessed it personally, they would not have imagined that such a dermic art was released by a void reversion. Tao, Lord Xian, you chanted with a grim expression. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. Suddenly, his body was shrouded by a mysterious glow. From head to toe, he was flawless and indestructible like glass. Even in the sea of thunder, it was not shaken. Streaks of blazing lightning struck his glass true body and dissipated instantly. Su Zimo's expression was cold, and he was not surprised at all. He had never intended to severely injure Tao, Lord Xianyu, with the purple thunderstorm and fury of thunder. His true killing move was hidden within the massive thunderbolt. Nobody noticed that there were dozens of inconspicuous green lotus seeds that resembled eternal sand floating in the resplendent sea of lightning. The lotus seeds shone brightly. However, it was covered by the blinding lightning. The creation green lotus seeds. Right after the arrival of the purple thunderstorm and fury of thunder, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a cold glint as he channeled his spirit consciousness and said softly, "Slash!" The 54 green lotus seeds gathered rapidly and formed an exquisite and tiny green lotus sword in the sea of lightning. The green lotus sword emitted a terrifying aura that far surpassed the two thunder dermic arts. It was a killing sword that targeted the essence spirit. A single slash could sever the essence spirit. Even Tao Lord Xian Yu's glass true body could not defend against it. The green lotus sword descended almost at the same time as the fury of thunder and slashed towards Tao Lord Xian Yu's head. Tao Lord Xian Yu, who was in the midst of the lightning, conjured his glass true body to defend against the lightning. All of a sudden, he felt a strong sense of danger. It was as though he was about to face a calamity the next moment. How could that be? Tao Lord Xian Yu was puzzled. Although the power of those two thunderdermic arts was strong, he could definitely defend against them with his glass true body. Why did he feel such trepidation? At his cultivation realm, he had an extremely keen sense of danger. It felt like a whim, and he was definitely not imagining things. Without any time to think, Tao Lord Xian Yu made a prompt decision. With a thought, a black dermic weapon suddenly flew out from his consciousness and hovered above his head. Clang! At the same time, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The green lotus sword struck the black dermic weapon heavily and released a terrifying spirit consciousness that suppressed the surrounding thunderbolts instantly. Fire blocking basket. In the crowd, in the embrace of a white-robed woman, the little fox exclaimed with widened eyes. Chapter 1177. Forced into melee combat. Chapter 1177. Forced into melee combat. The black dermic weapon resembled an inverted metal bowl with mysterious patterns etched on it, revealing 9 holes. Su Zimo focused his gaze. That black dermic weapon was none other than the fire-blocking basket that Tao Lord Xian Yu snatched away from Little Fox more than 100 years ago. To think that the fire-blocking basket could defend against the attack of the green lotus sword. At that moment, the two dermic weapons collided and the green lotus sword dispersed, transforming into 54 green lotus seeds that returned to Su Zimo's consciousness. It was only at this moment that the crowd reacted and burst into a commotion. Desolate Marshal is way too ruthless. He released a killing move that targets the essence spirit right away. How dangerous! If Tao Lord Xian Yu was slightly slower, he might have been killed by a single slash. Tao Lord Xian Yu felt a sense of trepidation when he heard the discussions around him. His life was hanging by a thread just now. Tao Lord Xian Yu could not help but smile as he held the fire-blocking basket in his palm. Desolate Marshal, it's all thanks to this treasure that I was able to cultivate to this stage in more than 100 years. Su Zimo's heart stirred. Initially, he thought that the reason why Tao Lord Xian Yu could cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm in such a short period of time was because of some fortuitous encounter. So it was because of the fire-blocking basket. Unsurprisingly, that treasure should belong to Consort Yu. As such, it was not surprising for it to possess such power. I remember that this treasure was snatched from a fox, right? Tao Lord Xian Yu could not conceal the smugness in his eyes and was still reminiscing as he laughed. To think that this fire-blocking basket is actually a rare utmost treasure. Ha ha ha. In the crowd, Little Fox gripped her paws tightly and glared at Tao Lord Xian Yu angrily, wishing that she could kill this person with her gaze. Goddess True Jade, look at his face. How infuriating. Little Fox rolled her eyes. Goddess True Jade, he's the one who bullied me. Why don't you help me retrieve the fire-blocking basket? The white-robed woman seemed to have read Little Fox's mind as she said with a fake smile, "You want me to help this young Master Sue, right?" "No." Feeling a little guilty, Little Fox whispered, "I just wanted to retrieve the fire-blocking basket as soon as possible." "Didn't you make a bet with me that young Master Sue would help you get it back? In that case, I'd better not interfere and wait here to see the outcome," the white-robed woman said indifferently. Little Fox pouted and did not say anything more. "What an opportune moment to let you have a taste of this fire-blocking basket's power today." On the battlefield, Dao Lord Xian Yu charged towards Su Zimo once more and threw the fire-blocking basket in his hands towards the latter. "Go!" Dao Lord Xian Yu hollered, and dermic powers burst forth from his fingertip, entering the fire-blocking basket. Swoosh! The fire-blocking basket expanded against the wind and spun, arriving above Su Zimo's head almost instantly. Su Zimo's expression froze. The fire-blocking basket belonged to Consort Yu, and he did not dare to let it envelop him. Slapping his storage bag, Su Zimo took out a grayish-black mountain. It was the ancient unique treasure, the Mystic Magnet Mountain. He wanted to make use of the power of the Mystic Magnet Mountain to restrain the fire-blocking basket. However, after the Mystic Magnet Mountain descended, the fire-blocking basket did not budge at all. Not good. Su Zimo's heart sank. The fire-blocking basket was made of metal. However, there were some rare metal materials in Tianhuang mainland that were not attracted by the magnetism at all. In other words, the Mystic Magnet Mountain was useless against the fire-blocking basket. In a fight of this level, a single mistake in judgment could cause one to fall into a disadvantageous position or even die. A huge shadow loomed over. The center of the fire-blocking basket exuded a strong suction force, forming a domain that Su Zimo could not break free from. However, Dao Lord Xian Yu had already seized the opportunity to close in. Instantly, the situation reversed. Su Zimo was in immense danger. "Your Highness, hurry and attack!" Little Fox was anxious and urged hurriedly, "Just retrieve the fire-blocking basket and leave the rest to young Master Su." The white-robed woman was unmoved and shook her head. The loss of the fire-blocking basket was caused by him to begin with. It's only right that he retrieves it personally. Furthermore, he's the one who challenged Xian Yu. Why should I interfere? If he can't even get through this, how will he protect you in the future? Go! Right then, a soft shout sounded from the battlefield. A green lotus platform flew out of Su Zimo's sea of consciousness with 6 petals blossoming. Multicolored light filled the air as it smashed towards the fire-blocking basket. The creation green lotus. The 2 dermic weapons collided with a loud bang. The fire-blocking basket wanted to envelop him, but the creation lotus platform was beneath it, blocking the fire-blocking basket. For a moment, the 2 dermic weapons were evenly matched. However, that delay was enough for Dao Lord Xian Yu to arrive before him. His blood chi surged as he threw a punch that shone brightly with an incomparably violent aura. Su Zimo could only counter with a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided. The collision between flesh and bones gave off a jarring sound. Dao Lord Xian Yu's blood chi was clearly much stronger and suppressed Su Zimo completely. Ugh! Su Zimo grunted and took half a step back. Dao Lord Xian Yu strode forward and pushed his hands forward from his chest. As though he was hugging a gigantic mountain, he descended and shouted, "Mountain-hugging fist!" A terrifying power arrived with a mountain. At that moment, all techniques were useless. Su Zimo raised his arms and blocked. Boom! His body shuddered, and a berserk power surged into his body. His organs vibrated, and his blood chi surged as his teeth ached. His figure was sent flying. In the end, he was still forced into melee combat. After reconstruction, desolate Marshall's body is still a little weak. If Tao Lord Xianyu finds an opening, he'll probably be beaten to death. That's right. Given Tao Lord Xianyu's combat strength, he won't give desolate Marshall any chance to retaliate. The cultivators discussed when they saw that. In reality, it was not because the green lotus true body was not strong enough. After obtaining the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the green lotus true body was already rather powerful and could suppress those of the same cultivation realm. If Tao Lord Xianyu was at the void reversion realm, Su Zimo had absolute confidence that he would be able to fight him head-on with his green lotus true body. However, the bloodline of the green lotus true body was relatively ordinary. Now that he had encountered Tao Lord Xianyu, who was at the Dharma characteristic realm, the difference in their strength was naturally much greater. However, even though he was disadvantaged, there was no hint of panic on Su Zimo's face. The lotus stem was the bone, and the lotus leaves were the skin. Coupled with the fact that he had fused many ancient dermic weapons, it would not be easy for Tao Lord Xianyu to severely injure his green lotus true body. Su Zimo was still waiting for an opportunity. Tao Lord Xianyu strode forward like a leech, not giving Su Zimo any chance to distance himself. 1,000-ton finger. Tao Lord Xianyu released another terrifying melee technique. His finger was filled with blood qi, and light swirled around it as it smashed toward Su Zimo. How was that a finger? It was like a divine column that pierced through the firmaments. How could a body of flesh and blood withstand that power? However, right then, a warning flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he narrowed his eyes. There was danger. It was even more terrifying than the 1,000-ton finger. Chapter 1178. Counterattack. Chapter 1178. Counterattack. A mysterious light suddenly appeared in Tao Lord Xianyu's eyes, resembling two sparkling gems that were even brighter than the stars in the night sky. Glass eye. It was the legacy visual technique of Glass Palace. That visual technique was extremely powerful, and Su Zimo had witnessed it back in the Tao inheritance ground when he fought Tao Being Glass. At that time, the illumination stone was hidden in his right eye, and he had to release the illumination sword formation to break Glass Eye. But now the illumination stone was in his dragon true body. Although the green lotus true body had also cultivated an eye technique of the fiend sex, the heavenly fiend I focused on bewitching one's mind and did not release such pure power. The light emitted by Glass Eye was extremely terrifying. Even Tao Lord dermic weapons could be corroded and turned into scrap metal. If Su Zimo were to use his heavenly fiend eye to defend, his eyes would be blinded. Glass Eye and 1,000-ton finger exploded at the same time and pushed him into the most dangerous situation. Visual techniques were instantaneous. Coupled with the fact that the two of them were extremely close, it was impossible to defend against. Furthermore, Tao Lord Xianyu's cultivation was a major realm higher than Su Zimo's to begin with. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Against the incoming 1,000-ton finger that resembled a heaven-connecting divine column, Su Zimo made a prompt decision and extended his left hand to defend. At the same time, he closed two fingers on his right hand and conjured a sword art. He raised his sword finger vertically and slashed forward 3 times. Heaven-slaying sword art. The 3 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth at the same time and clashed against the brilliance of Glass Eye. They went against the momentum and slashed towards Tao Lord Xianyu's face. 3 blinding sword chi burst forth. Tao Lord Xianyu felt his vision turn white as his expression changed. Boom! The first sword chi collided with Glass Eye and exploded. The sword chi dispersed, and Glass Eye also shattered instantly. Immediately after, a second and third sword chi descended with endless killing intent. This was almost Su Zimo's strongest killing technique. 3 heaven-slaying sword chi was the limit that he could release right now. The fact that the two of them were extremely close meant that Dao Lord Xian Yu had no room to dodge. Even a single sword chi could slice his head into 2, let alone 2 sword chi. In a flash, Dao Lord Xian Yu flipped his tongue and spat out an ancient mirror the size of a fingernail to defend himself. At the same time, he bit his tongue, and a stream of blood essence fell onto the ancient mirror. The ancient mirror expanded rapidly and shone with dermic patterns. A perfect Dao Lord dermic weapon. The moment the ancient mirror descended, the other 2 heaven-slaying sword chi slashed down as well. Clang! The first sword chi entered the ancient mirror and vanished. The ancient mirror shook. Dao Lord Xian Yu's pupils constricted. He could clearly see fine cracks appearing on the back of the ancient mirror. That was a perfect Dao Lord dermic weapon. However, a dermic art released by a void reversion cracked it. Clang! The third sword chi descended and entered the ancient mirror. Instantly, it came to a halt as though the world had stopped. The next moment, the ancient mirror exploded. The perfect Dao Lord dermic weapon was shattered by 2 sword chi. Countless shards flew as Dao Lord Xian Yu stood behind the ancient mirror. Many shards surged towards him and struck him. As though he was severely injured, Dao Lord Xian Yu fell heavily into the ruins. At the same time, on the other side, the 1,000-ton finger had already collided with Su Zimo's left palm. Bang! Su Zimo's body shuddered as a terrifying and berserk power surged into his body, causing his bones to tremble. Streaks of blood appeared on the flesh of his left arm, and his sleeves exploded instantly. His figure fell from midair as well. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he steadied himself and stood on the ruins. If not for the nourishment of the primordial divine spring beneath the 10,000 insect swamp, his green lotus true body would have been severely injured from the collision. Right now, he was only slightly injured. Compared to Su Zimo, Dao Lord Xian Yu looked much more miserable. Dao Lord Xian Yu crawled up slowly from the ruins as well. He was covered in dust, and his face was pierced by many mirror shards. Dripping with blood, he looked extremely hideous. Under countless gazes, Dao Lord Xian Yu channeled his blood chi, and the muscles on his face twitched. The shards that were initially pierced into his face withdrew bit by bit under the pressure of his muscles and bloodline and fell off his face. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single fragment on his face, only wounds. Such strong muscle control was an eye-opener for everyone. This was the symbol of one's body and bloodline reaching their limits. Although the fight between the two of them was short, they were using killing moves repeatedly. The slightest mistake could result in death. Look! A cultivator pointed at the 2 dermic weapons in midair, the fire-blocking basket and the creation lotus platform. All the cultivators looked over. In midair, the 2 dermic weapons were still fighting, devouring each other with brilliant lights. This is way too scary. Even in such a high intensity and continuous fight, the 2 of them are still able to divert their attention to control their dermic weapons. The battle between the fire-blocking basket and the creation lotus platform would affect the entire situation as well. Neither of them dared to relax. Desolate Marshal, you must be very disappointed that those 3 sword chi failed to kill me, right? Suddenly, Dao Lord Xian Yu laughed. Su Zimo's expression was cold, and he remained silent. He was indeed surprised that the 3 heaven-slaying sword chi could not kill Xian Yu at such a close distance. However, he was not really disappointed. When Dao Lord Xian Yu saw that Su Zimo was silent, he thought that he had guessed correctly. He walked forward slowly and shook his head. Desolate Marshal, you've lost. The moment you revealed all your trump cards at the North Region Dao meet, you were already defeated. In order to deal with your trump cards, I was prepared. How are you going to win? Su Zimo was unmoved and merely sneered. Xian Yu, I've got too many killing moves. Let's see how many you can take. Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently and his consciousness opened. Right on the heels of that, he yanked his palm outwards, and a long whip that shone with electric arcs appeared in his consciousness. Spirit Vanquishing Whip. When the Spirit Vanquishing Whip descended, the essence spirits of the surrounding cultivators felt a throbbing sensation. If I'm not wrong, that is an ancient essence, spirit, secret skill. To think that this lad would obtain it and cultivate it successfully. Gasp! The power of Desolate Marshal's essence spirit has probably surpassed most Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. How did that lad cultivate his essence spirit? The appearance of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip caused the hearts of many upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present to skip a beat. Even they were wary of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and would not dare to take it head-on. He really can't be allowed to continue growing. Once that lad enters the Dharma-characteristic realm, all the upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region will probably have to bow down to him. The sect master of Dragon Tiger, Sect thought to himself. Chapter 1179, Rainbow Glass Body. Chapter 1179, Rainbow Glass Body. Crack! Su Zimo waved the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and whipped towards Tao Lord Xian Yu viciously. Tao Lord Xian Yu did not stop and continued sprinting towards Su Zimo, wanting to close the distance and engage in melee combat with the latter. Piak! The Spirit Vanquishing Whip struck Tao Lord Xian Yu viciously. Ugh! Tao Lord Xian Yu grunted and paused for a moment. His muscles trembled and spasmed. The might of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He knew that this was a secret skill that targeted the essence spirit. Therefore, within his consciousness, a gigantic spirit consciousness shield had long formed around his essence spirit. He wanted to withstand the whipping of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and make use of the chance to close in to Su Zimo. However, his spirit consciousness shield was almost destroyed by the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. At this rate, his spirit consciousness shield would be destroyed by the Spirit Vanquishing Whip before he could even get close to Su Zimo. A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Tao Lord Xian Yu still wanted to drag Su Zimo into melee combat and crush him to death with his powerful body and bloodline. However, it was a pity that Su Zimo would not give him the chance to do so again. He summoned the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and waved it from afar. In the void, thunder and lightning blazed and destroyed the world. An essence spirit fight? I'm not afraid of that either. When he saw that he could not get close, Tao Lord Xian Yu roared with a ferocious expression and released his essence, spirit, secret skill, without hesitation. Whoosh! A bedazzling rainbow light shone from Tao Lord Xian Yu's glabella. A seven-colored divine light burst forth and smashed towards the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. The two essence, spirit, secret skills clashed head-on. There was no earth-shaking sound. Everything was silent. However, the void where the two essence, spirit, secret skills collided was collapsing, twisting and trembling continuously. Terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuations spread out suddenly, forming a visible ripple that spread in all directions. The cultivators were shocked. The cultivators at the front retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the spirit consciousness ripples. When the two essence spirit secret skills collided, the shock waves produced were shocking and were enough to kill all void reversions present. The Spirit Vanquishing Whip dissipated along with the seven-colored divine light. Both Su Zimo and Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirits were shaken and their faces turned pale. Ha 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 ha. Tao Lord Xian Yu closed in once more and laughed. Desolate Marshal, what other killing moves do you have? Use them and let me broaden my horizons. In reality, Su Zimo had another essence, spirit, secret skill under his belt. The Rulai Dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries. However, that essence, spirit, secret skill had a huge toll on his essence spirit. Now that he had released dermic arts and secret skills consecutively, his essence spirit was greatly drained. If he could not kill Tao Lord Xianyu after releasing the secret skill, he might die of exhaustion. Before he could think further, Tao Lord Xianyu had already closed in once more. Swoosh! Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he changed his hand seals repeatedly. 3 balls of flames suddenly appeared beside him. Scarlet, immortal Tao fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao fire. Black, fiend Tao fire. The 3 balls of flames burned fiercely, as though they would never extinguish. The temperature of the ruins rose suddenly. Normally, every single Tao fire was extremely terrifying. However, Tao Lord Xianyu seemed as though he could not sense it at all. He strode forward and released his blood qi, extending his palm to suppress Su Zimo. Tao Lord Xianyu's body was way too strong. The 3 Tao fires could not harm him at all. Under the envelopment of his blood qi, the 3 Tao fires even showed signs of extinguishing. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as a cold glint flashed in his eyes and his hand seals changed once more. Under his guidance, the 3 Tao fires collided and formed a tricolored flame. Tao Lord Xianyu's expression finally changed. When the 3 balls of flames were separated, he did not feel anything. There was only a slight burning pain on his skin that was endurable. However, after the tricolored flame descended, even the hair on his skin began to burn. Right then, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently and condensed another essence, spirit fire, injecting it into the tricolored flames. He said coldly, "Burn." The Kacharati Tao fire descended. The temperature of the entire Yen country's old capital was rising. The ruins, buildings, and dilapidated walls around them had already begun to melt, forming fiery red lava that flowed slowly. At that distance, Tao Lord Xianyu could not dodge at all and was engulfed by Kacharati Tao fire as flames surged into the heavens. The surrounding cultivators retreated once more away from the battlefield. It's that flame, back in the Tao inheritance ground. Di'in died to that 4-colored flame. What a terrifying flame! It's practically burning the skies and boiling the seas. To think that the battle would reach this point. Is Tao Lord Xianyu done for? All the cultivators stared at the battlefield with excited expressions. On the battlefield, the human-shaped fireball was motionless, as though it was burned to death. However, the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present could sense faint life, fluctuations within the flames. Tao Lord Xianyu was not dead yet. Not only was he not dead, his spirit consciousness was still controlling the fire-blocking basket and restraining the creation lotus platform. Is this your final trump card? Suddenly, Tao Lord Xianyu's voice echoed from the flames with a cold, killing intent. He didn't die. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. No matter how strong the glass true body was, there was no way it could withstand the burning of the Kacharati Tao fire. Desolate Marshal, I've already said that you can't beat me. The human-shaped fireball suddenly moved. Under the illumination of the flames, Tao Lord Xianyu's figure was revealed once more. His hair and flesh were charred. However, there was a terrifying power within his body that was resisting the corrosion of the Kacharati Tao fire. Let me tell you right now, all your methods are nothing before me. Tao Lord Xianyu roared as the power within his body burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura. A phantom shot into the skies, and the entire world trembled. It's a heaven and earth dharma characteristic. A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. The cultivators looked up instinctively. 30 feet, 50 feet, 80 feet. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic only stopped when it reached a height of 80 feet. Pissed, the cultivators were shocked. The higher the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the stronger it was. Generally speaking, anyone who could conjure a 60 feet tall Dharma characteristic was already considered a paragon. Most of the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present merely had 60 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. If one could condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 70 feet tall, there would be a peerless paragon that appeared once in 1,000 years. Boundless opportunities and massive fortunes were required for one of these paragons to be born. One could be considered as a monster incarnate if they could condense a 80 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Only the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects could produce such a monster incarnate. As expected of a glass palace cultivator, how terrifying! All the number one of the previous Dharma characteristic rankings merely had heaven and earth Dharma characteristics in the 80 feet range as well. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was a full 80 feet tall had a torrential aura. Looking down from above, it was as though a god had descended from the heavens, unexcelled in the world. In the face of this heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the cultivators below were as insignificant as ants. 1, 2, 3, 7 divine lights. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect counted and said in a deep voice, "This is the Glass Palace's legacy Dharma characteristic, glass Dharma body. When cultivated to its peak, it will become the rainbow glass body that we're seeing right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1180. I have it too. Chapter 1180. I have it too. The body of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was surrounded by a series of divine lights with 7 colors in total. They were dazzling and could not be looked at directly. His Dharma characteristic was corporeal, and its body was as described in the Glass Heart Sutra. It was clear and flawless, emitting a terrifying aura. The Kacharati Tao fire continued burning without extinguishing. However, the rainbow glass body roared and divine light burst forth. Waving its hands, it channeled the power of heaven and earth and suppressed the Kacharati Tao fire instantly. Boom! The rainbow glass body raised its leg and stomped down heavily, extinguishing the Kacharati Tao fire beneath its feet. In front of the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body, even the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present would have to bow their heads, let alone Su Zimo. The 80 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was probably something that only the titular disciples of the super sects could suppress. Seems like this battle is over. Foo-foo, it's not easy to fight with a major cultivation realm difference. Furthermore, he is challenging a glass palace cultivator. Desolate Marshall has to pay for his insolence. When they saw that, everyone had different reactions. Some sighed, some felt pity, some sneered, and some were worried. Brother. Xiaoning was anxious and worried, but there was nothing she could do. The old immortal crane frowned as well and murmured, "Zimo is going to lose." Oh, he managed to cultivate a rainbow glass body that's 80 feet tall? The white-robed woman raised her brows and her lips curled into a perfect arc as she teased, "Foxy, your young master Su is going to be in trouble." Little Fox was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Goddess True Jade, you'll definitely help, right?" "Why should I help him?" The white-robed woman pursed her lips in disdain. "Your Highness, please save him." Little Fox grabbed the front of the white-robed woman and cried, "I'll leave with you from now on, all right? I don't want to see anything happen to young master. He saw something that he shouldn't have. What's wrong with him suffering?" The white-robed woman harumphed, still brooding over the events in the cave. However, Little Fox was confused and did not know what she meant by him seeing something he shouldn't have. Ha 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 ha. Desolate Marshal, what other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Tao, Lord Xian, you laughed maniacally and strode forward with his rainbow glass body. Clenching it into a fist, he punched towards Su Zimo. The punch was no less terrifying than a meteor crashing down. The entire void was trembling. Pa. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and conjured an immovable foundation seal in his hands. He looked dignified and his body shone with a golden light, as though he had taken root beneath his feet and was about to become a Buddha. Boom! The fist of the rainbow glass body collided heavily against Su Zimo's body. Compared to that gigantic fist, Su Zimo was like a tiny pebble that was smashed into the ground. The immovable foundation seal could not defend against the power of the heaven and earth dharma characteristic. In the face of that terrifying power, the roots that grew beneath his feet were already completely severed. Bang! 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 The immense power did not stop. Su Zimo's figure rolled backwards in the mud, creating a frightening human-shaped ravine dozens of feet long on the ground. The world was silent. Even the sound of wind was gone. Every cultivator could not conceal the shock on their faces. This was the burst power of the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body, who could defend against it. Not to mention void reversions, even Dharma characteristic Tao lords would have been turned into a blood mist from that strike. Su Zimo laid in the mud motionlessly. He should be dead, right? With such terrifying strength, even a Tao Lord Dharmic weapon would be shattered, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Something's not right. Look, the creation lotus platform is still fighting against the fire-blocking basket. He's not dead yet, and he can even split his attention to control his dharmic weapon. Disbelief filled the eyes of the cultivators. He's probably not dead, but won't last long either. That's right. The difference in strength between the two of them is way too great. They're on completely different levels. Everyone shook their heads. The old immortal crane was anxious. Although she was a Dharma characteristic expert, she could not defend against the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body either. She would probably be severely injured with a single strike. Furthermore, the sect masters of the upper sects and aristocratic families were watching the battle right now. If she made any sudden movements, she would be targeted. First's condition doesn't seem too good. Ching Ching whispered, "What should we do?" The spirit tiger looked at Monkey and asked softly, "Brother Monkey, what do you think?" "Let's kill." Monkey gripped Imminent in his hands tightly as a blood glint flashed through his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I don't care anymore. I can't just watch my brother get killed. The current situation would affect everything. The moment they made a move, they would definitely attract the attacks of all the upper sects and aristocratic families. Even without any other sects or factions, that rainbow glass body alone was enough to deal with them all. You guys retreat first." Night Spirit's expression was calm as a resolute look flashed through its eyes. "I'll save first." He was already prepared. Even if he had to expose his true form and be suppressed by Tao Lord Xian Yu's Dharma characteristic, he had to save Su Zimo. After he transformed into his true form, his combat strength would increase exponentially. At the very least, he would have a 30% chance of escaping together with Su Zimo. "Goddess True Jade, aren't you going to do anything yet?" Little Fox was no longer pleading. Instead, she was a little angry and glared at the white-robed woman. Even without Little Fox's urging, the white-robed woman was prepared to make a move. She merely wanted Su Zimo to suffer a little, but she had not thought about letting the latter die here. Just as she was about to take a step forward, She frowned slightly and exclaimed softly when her gaze landed on Su Zimo, who was sprawled in the ruins. Immediately after, her eyes lit up as though she sensed something. Could it be? The white-robed woman murmured softly. Little Fox asked, Goddess True Jade, why aren't you moving again? Let's wait and see. The white-robed woman shook her head. On the battlefield, Tao Lord Xian, you also noticed the two dermic weapons that were still fighting in midair and could not help but sneer. Desolate Marshal, let's see how long more you can last against my rainbow glass body. Cough, cough, cough. Right then, Su Zimo moved and crawled up from the ruins slowly. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked pale. Suddenly he smiled. The cultivators were stunned. They truly could not understand how Su Zimo could still smile under such circumstances. Is the rainbow glass body your final trump card? Su Zimo asked faintly. What are you trying to say? Suddenly, Tao Lord Xian, you felt flustered and hollered. Su Zimo's gaze was sinister as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He said slowly, what I want to say is that thing you have. I have it too. Boom! A pitch-black phantom burst forth from Su Zimo's body and soared into the skies. Demonic chi coiled around his body and rose continuously. Pissed, the cultivators gasped in shock and their eyes widened. A heaven and earth dharma characteristic. This scene had completely exceeded their understanding. How was that possible? How could a void reversion condense a heaven and earth dharma characteristic? 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet. After 50 feet, the figure of the heaven and earth dharma characteristic continued climbing without stopping. The cultivators looked up with their mouths agape. Could it be? 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet. Another 80 feet, tall dharma characteristic descended. Chapter 1181, Heavenly Fiend Dharma Body. Chapter 1181, Heavenly Fiend Dharma Body. If one were to say that Tao Lord Xian Yu's rainbow glass body gave everyone a surprise. The heaven and earth dharma characteristic formed by Su Zimo gave everyone an incomparable shock. This was something that no one had expected. It had also surpassed everyone's understanding. How could a void reversion form a heaven and earth dharma characteristic? What was even more frightening was that the heaven and earth dharma characteristic was 80 feet tall and was comparable to Tao Lord Xian Yu's rainbow glass body. Two heaven and earth dharma characteristics that were 80 feet tall stood in confrontation on the ruins with torrential auras that looked down on the world. How is that possible? Even the sect master of mystic firmament divine cult was tongue-tied and could not speak properly with a shocked expression. The heaven and earth dharma characteristic that he cultivated was only 69 feet. It fell short of 70 feet. However, the heaven and earth dharma characteristic of the void reversion before him was already 80 feet tall. This is way too scary. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect said in a deep voice, this lad is only at the void reversion realm. If he enters the dharma characteristic realm, how far can his heaven and earth dharma characteristic grow? Normally, cultivators would be able to condense heaven and earth dharma characteristics upon entering the dharma characteristic realm. However, the height of the dharma characteristic at that time would not be the final height. As a cultivator's cultivation realm increased, their dharma characteristic would grow as well. Of course, the taller the initial dharma characteristic, the greater the potential and the stronger it would be at its peak. 90 feet, supreme. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect said in a low voice with a quivering heart, this lad has already formed an 80 feet tall dharma characteristic at the void reversion realm. This dharma characteristic will definitely grow into a supreme dharma characteristic. A 90 feet Dharma characteristic was known as a supreme Dharma characteristic. All these years, none of the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders of the North region had seen anyone who could condense a Dharma characteristic. To them, the supreme Dharma characteristic was merely a legend. It was only a sight possible back in the ancient era, where multiple emperors rose and monster incarnates reigned. However, at this moment, no one questioned the Dragon Tiger sect master's speculation. All the sect masters believed that if Desolate Marshall was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely be able to attain a supreme Dharma characteristic when he reaches the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. In reality, Su Zimo had only comprehended the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic after he advanced to the perfected void reversion realm. The so-called heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was the combination of all Dharmic arts. By using one's essence spirit to communicate with the heaven and earth, one could summarize the essence of Tao Dharmic arts and create the strongest Dharmic art. Normally, there were two reasons why Dharma characteristic could only be formed after one reached the Dharma characteristic realm. First, the strength of his essence spirit. If one's essence spirit was not strong enough, it would shatter before a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could even be formed. However, although Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, his essence spirit was already much stronger than most Dharma characteristic Tao lords. This was not a factor that would affect him at all. Second, only by entering the Dharma characteristic realm would one be able to better comprehend the heaven and earth and communicate with it. Summarize the Tao and Dharmic arts they had learned, combine all Dharmic arts, and form Dharma characteristics. Su Zimo could not meet that requirement either. However, due to a freak combination of circumstances in the Tao inheritance ground, his memories fused the Tao comprehension of a half-martial ancestor of the fiend sex. The half-martial ancestor of the fiend sex had long condensed a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Su Zimo had already experienced the union of all Dharmic arts, and there was no need for him to continue comprehending and deducing. Therefore, his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was formed based on the memories of the half-martial ancestor of the fiend sex. Naturally, this heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was also the condensation of the essence of the fiend sex. This Dharma characteristic of the fiend sex was 80 feet tall and wore black armor. It was shrouded in demonic chi and wielded a gigantic pitch-black scythe with a chilling intent. What Dharma characteristic is that? To think that it can stand against the rainbow glass body. What a strong fiend chi. To think that Desolate Marshall's cultivation in the fiend Tao would be so accomplished. He's probably comparable to titular disciples of the fiend sex. None of the cultivators present could recognize the origin of the Dharma characteristic. Only the white-robed woman's expression changed as she murmured softly, "It's the long-lost heavenly fiend Dharma body. Furthermore, it's formed together with the heavenly fiend scythe. Is the heavenly fiend Dharma body very powerful?" Little Fox could not help but ask. The white-robed woman said, "That's one of the strongest heaven and earth Dharma characteristics of the fiend sections. The rainbow glass body probably doesn't stand a chance against the heavenly fiend Dharma body. You, on the battlefield, Tao Lord Xian, you looked at the heavenly fiend Dharma body opposite him with a hint of panic in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the situation was beyond his control. "Xianyu, hand over your life." Su Zimo said slowly, "Even your heaven and earth Dharma characteristic can't save you." Kill. Almost at the same time, the two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics moved. This movement caused the weather to change and the mountains to quake. One could imagine the scene of two divine Dharma characteristics that were 80 feet tall colliding. Bang, bang, bang. The two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics clashed continuously. The heavenly fiend Dharma body released a thick fiend chi that was as black as ink, corroding the divine light of the rainbow glass body with sizzling sounds. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the heavenly fiend Dharma body was the heavenly fiend scythe it wielded. The pitch-black scythe was extremely sharp and could slice the void into two with a casual wave. In the blink of an eye, the two Dharma characteristics were riddled with holes and covered in injuries as they fought to their limits. Finally, the rainbow glass body was the first to crumble and dissipated into dharmic powers that dispersed into the world. Of course, the remaining heavenly fiend Dharma body was also extremely damaged and could dissipate at any moment. Even so, the heavenly fiend Dharma body was still under Su Zimo's control. Waving the damaged scythe, it slashed down viciously towards Tao Lord Xianyu. "Since you punched me, it's your turn to receive a slash from me now." Su Zimo roared with widened eyes. Ooh, ooh. The scythe tore through the void with a black flash and arrived instantly. It was the same as what Su Zimo experienced earlier on. He could not dodge the punch of the rainbow glass body. Tao Lord Xian, you could not dodge the scythe of the heavenly fiend Dharma body either. He could only take out a shield and circulate his blood chi to its limits to defend against the heavenly fiend scythe. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The shield exploded instantly. The flesh on Tao Lord Xianyu's arm peeled off as well and was corroded by the fiend chi, revealing a white bone beneath. Ah! Tao Lord Xianyu's face turned pale as he shrieked. Even with his glass true body, he was severely injured and his left arm was mostly crippled. It was almost severed entirely by the heavenly fiend scythe. Of course, after this clash, the heavenly fiend Dharma body could not hold on either and turned into billowing fiend chi that lingered. Su Zimo opened his mouth and sucked. Swoosh! The fiend chi surged in reverse and was devoured in the blink of an eye, replenishing his stamina and blood chi. Su Zimo would not give Tao Lord Xianyu any chance as he slapped his storage bag and brought out the mystic magnet mountain once more. Smash! He pointed forward. The mystic magnet mountain expanded against the wind and transformed into a gigantic mountain that smashed down towards Tao Lord Xianyu. A huge shadow loomed over. The mystic magnet mountain was way too vast. Even if Tao Lord Xianyu wanted to dodge, he could not. His left arm was crippled and he could only raise his right arm. Disregarding his injuries, he channeled his blood chi once more and pushed upwards, lifting the mystic magnet mountain with one hand. Tao Lord Xianyu spat out a mouthful of blood the moment they made contact. With his glass true body destroyed, he could no longer withstand the power of the mystic magnet mountain with a single arm. Creak! Creak! Under the suppression of the mystic magnet mountain, his skeleton was already making a series of sounds and could not withstand the pressure. His organs began to shift and blood oozed out. Chapter 1182, Death of Xianyu. Chapter 1182, Death of Xianyu. Apart from exuding the power of magnetism, the mystic magnet mountain could also control dharmic weapons made of metal, and its weight was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, as his cultivation increased, the mystic magnet mountain's weight would increase as well. Right now, the mystic magnet mountain was more than 100 feet tall and was twice as tall as the heaven and earth dharma characteristics that they had cultivated. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure was for a cultivator to have such a massive mountain pressing down on him. If Tao Lord Xianyu was in his peak condition, the pressure of the mystic magnet mountain would naturally not be able to threaten him. However, he had just been severely injured by the heavenly fiend scythe and his entire left arm was crippled. His blood chi was declining and he was almost crushed into a pulp from the suppression of the mystic magnet mountain. Tao Lord Xianyu's face turned purple as he propped up the mystic magnet mountain with one arm while his entire body trembled. He knew very well that he was at the end of his rope and his life was hanging by a thread. If he could not survive this, his 1,000 years of cultivation would be destroyed. Beams of rainbow-colored divine light suddenly appeared on Tao, Lord Xianyu's left arm as his remaining flesh began to crystallize like jade. With that, his blood qi that was initially leaking stopped instantly. Rise! Tao, Lord Xianyu released all the energy in his body and his blood qi surged, pushing the mystic magnet mountain upwards violently. The mystic magnet mountain was overturned and rolled to the side. Tao, Lord Xianyu felt his body lighten as he panted heavily. However, his aura carried a strong stench of blood. It was a sign that his organs were severely injured. I can't fight anymore. That thought flashed through Tao, Lord Xianyu's mind as he turned to flee. However, his vision blurred and a green beam of light appeared, crashing towards his face. Instinctively, Tao, Lord Xianyu raised his right arm to defend. Given his physique, he would be able to endure even if Su Zimo summoned a connate Tao-being dermic weapon. Bang! The right arm collided with the green light with a dull thud. Crack! 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 Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Tao, Lord Xianyu's right arm. Ah! A tearing pain surged through his heart as Tao, Lord Xianyu, let out a hysterical cry with a pained expression. His right arm was shattered by the green light. That green light was not a connate Tao-being dermic weapon. It's the creation lotus platform that was comparable to a connate Tao, Lord dermic weapon. Tao, Lord Xianyu, was severely injured consecutively and could no longer divert his attention to control the fire-blocking basket. The creation lotus platform seized the opportunity to break through the restraints of the fire-blocking basket. Under Su Zimo's control, it dealt another heavy blow to Tao, Lord Xianyu. Even the fire-blocking basket was in Su Zimo's hands right now. At that moment, Tao, Lord Xianyu's arms were crippled and his blood qi was weak. His essence spirit was weak and he no longer had any strength to resist. He had lost. Tao, Lord Xianyu was defeated. Everyone had complicated expressions. They truly had not expected this battle to reach such a level and end with such an outcome. Monkey and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Little Fox burst into laughter through her tears and clapped in high spirits. I knew that young master would definitely win. Goddess True Jade, I won too. She looked at the white-robed woman smugly and waved her paws. The white-robed woman smiled gently and did not refute this time round. Su Zimo's victory was also beyond her expectations. The scene of Su Zimo condensing his heaven and earth dharma characteristic had a huge impact on her mind as well. Xianyu, did you think about this day more than 100 years ago when you snatched this dermic weapon from Little Fox's hands? When you ordered the massacre of the living beings of the 13 cities of Yin country? Did you ever think that one day you would have to pay with your life and accompany the countless dead souls beneath the ruins? Su Zimo's expression was cold as he held the fire-blocking basket in his left hand. The creation green lotus circled around him as he walked towards Tao, Lord Xianyu slowly. Fu. Xianyu laughed and panted. Mortals are like ants to us. What does it matter if we kill them? To think that you can't understand the logic behind it even after cultivating to this point and can't sever your attachments to the mortal world. You're wrong. Right then, Xiaoning stood out and hollered. In the primordial era, the human race was extremely weak and was enslaved by the thousands of races. Their lives were as worthless as grass. Later on, the human race fought and the emperors rose together. Under the lead of the human emperor, they fought against the primordial 9 races and the thousands of races. Only then did they escape their tragic fate and welcome the golden era. In that era, many seniors and sages left behind their cultivation inheritances so that we could protect the world and the weak. However, even as the successor of an immortal sect, you treated mortals like ants and slaughtered them as you wished. What you've done is no different from the primordial 9 races in the past. Is that the sort of logic passed down in Glass Palace? Her words were righteous and awe-inspiring. Many cultivators present looked ashamed and lowered their heads. That was the most ironic thing. The human experts of the past chased away the primordial 9 races. However, the descendants of these experts took the place of the primordial 9 races and became even more terrifying. Be it the era ruled by the primordial 9 races or the era ruled by human cultivators later on, the weak mortals still suffered the most miserable and tragic fates. In the current world, how could mortals survive without immense strength? Cultivators could threaten them. Demon beasts could threaten them. In fact, it was even possible for countless mortals to be embroiled and helpless in a battle between cultivators. With a single thought, Tao Lord Xian, you massacred the living beings of the 13 cities of Yen country. Yet, that was not just a lone incident. How many people died in the calamity of the Witch Gu a year ago? This is Tianhuang, mainland, where the strong prey on the weak. There are countless mortals in the world. How many of them can you save, desolate marshal? Tao Lord Xian, you glared at Su Zimo and sneered. I've never thought of saving anyone. Su Zimo shook his head. I want to establish my Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. I want to give everyone in the world a chance to control their own fate. I want everyone in the world to be able to cultivate and become immortals. Ha ha ha. Xian Yu roared with laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. That's impossible. Desolate marshal, you must be dreaming. Even in the ancient era, where there were countless wise sages of the human race, that was not achieved. What rights do you have? Future generations will naturally know if I can do it. However, you won't have the chance to see it. Su Zimo did not say anything more and said indifferently, hand over your life. Boom! Stepping forward, Su Zimo held the creation lotus platform in his right hand and smashed it towards Tao Lord Xian Yu's head. Sure. A divine light flashed and escaped from Tao Lord Xian Yu's body with a flustered expression. That was Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit. Kill! Su Zimo shouted. Thunderclap, kill! Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit was already extremely weak after the consecutive battles and heavy injuries. Now that he was struck by the sound domain technique, Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit shuddered and almost dissipated on the spot. The next moment, the creation lotus platform descended. Poof! The lotus platform descended and crushed Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit into sludge. Tao Lord Xian Yu is dead. Chapter 1183, Uneasy. Chapter 1183, Uneasy. The feud that had lasted for more than 100 years was finally resolved today. The world was silent. All the cultivators looked at the figure standing on the ruins with complex expressions. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. How ambitious! Suddenly, the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect shook his head and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. From this day forth, the feud between you and Stellar Luna Sect shall be written off. There were many paragons of Stellar Luna Sect who died in Su Zimo's hands at the North region, Tao meet in the Great Qian ruins. Now that a sect master of one of the North region's upper sects made that statement, there was a huge significance to it. I've heard of the name Desolate Marshal before. Now that I've seen it for myself, I know that it's true. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley stood out as well and declared, Tao being Desolate Marshal, let's forget about the feud between you and Blaze Columbus Valley as well. At the end of the day, there was no deep hatred between those sects and Su Zimo. Be it the Great Qian ruins or the battle at the North Region Dao meet, Su Zimo could not be blamed. The sect master of Heaven Motion, sect, sighed gently and said in a deep voice, Dao being desolate martial, Heaven Motion sect will not look for trouble with you in the future either. In the blink of an eye, 3 sect masters of the 10 upper sects of the North Region had already stood out, expressing that they were no longer on bad terms with Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal, my Murong family will no longer pursue the grudges of the past either. The Murong family's leader was a middle-aged beauty. After pausing for a moment, the Murong family's leader continued, If you can truly establish your martial arts and allow all living beings in the world to cultivate, I'll personally pay a visit to congratulate you. One of the 4 aristocratic families came forth as well. Su Zimo nodded to the sect masters and the matriarch as a response. As for the other upper sects and aristocratic families, none of them said anything. The forces of the Ouyang and Duanmu families in the North Region were second only to Glass Palace and were even above many upper sects and aristocratic families. Their leaders had noble statuses and had been famous for a long time. They would naturally not take the initiative to reconcile with a void reversion. As for the other factions, even though some of the sect masters wanted to reconcile, they remained silent for fear of losing face. However, some of the sect masters had other intentions. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect was expressionless. The situation of the Dragon Tiger sect was different from the other upper sects and aristocratic families. Dragon Tiger sect was involved in the witch Gu calamity a year ago. Most of the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect attacked Ethereal Peak before dying in Su Zimo's hands. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect knew very well that Su Zimo would not let this matter rest. Furthermore, he could not take this lying down either. It was as Elderly had said, Desolate Marshal had to die. Otherwise, not many people would be able to restrain Desolate Marshal once he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. At that time, Dragon Tiger sect would be the one to suffer. Elderly had already joined forces with the 5 conjoint body mighty figures of Een Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, and Yuan clan, a total of 6 conjoint body mighty figures. By now, Elderly and the others should have arrived. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect believed that nothing would happen if 6 conjoint body mighty figures worked together to kill a void reversion. He exchanged glances with the sect master of Blood Mist sect and the others as they nodded imperceptibly. By now, many cultivators had already left. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others did not stay on the spot and left with everyone. In less than an hour, most of the cultivators in the vicinity of the old capital of Yen country had already left. Only some of Su Zimo's friends and acquaintances remained. Monkey Nian Qi, Tao Yao, Xiaoning, Jiao Xue, the old immortal crane, and the others gathered together and chatted casually with relaxed expressions. When Xiaoning found out that the adorable child Tao Yao was transformed from the peach blossom tree in Su Zimo's courtyard, she was even more amazed. Among everyone, Su Zimo was the only one who frowned slightly, as though he had something on his mind. Everyone did not think too much about it. They merely thought that Su Zimo was feeling emotional after personally settling a huge hatchet with a strong foe. Young master. Right then, a soft voice sounded from the crowd. Monkey and the others were stunned for a moment before exchanging glances and looking delighted. Little Fox. They had been with Little Fox for more than 100 years and were naturally extremely familiar with her voice. The crowd parted. A fiery red fox was running toward Su Zimo, wagging its furry tail excitedly with eyes filled with the joy of reuniting. Su Zimo cast away his distracting thoughts and smiled, opening his arms slightly. Little Fox leaped into his embrace and stuck her head out, rubbing against his warm chest. She felt extremely blessed at the scent of that familiar aura. Su Zimo rubbed Little Fox's head, and his heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he looked forward instinctively. Not far away, a white-robed woman stood. She was flawless and otherworldly, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Among the women present, Qing Qing, Cuckoo, and Xiaoning were rare beauties with their own unique characteristics. As the Empress of Great Zhou, Ji Yaoshua was even more elegant and beautiful. Her aura was outstanding and she was dazzling. However, after the white-robed woman appeared, the brilliance of the women seemed to dim instantly. Even Monkey, the spirit tiger, and the other demon beasts were stunned when they saw the white-robed woman, let alone Su Zimo. Consort you. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he shouted instinctively. The moment he said that, he felt that it was inappropriate. Consort you was the title given to her by the Emperor of Great Qian. It was truly disrespectful for him to address her directly, and he was not in the capacity to do so either. Indeed, the white-robed woman frowned slightly when she heard that, seemingly displeased. Young Master, Her Highness's Dao title is True Jade. Little Fox whispered. Consort you was her previous title. There's no need for that anymore. Su Zimo nodded. Greetings, Senior True Jade. Su Zimo bowed hurriedly with cupped fists. As he looked at the white-robed woman, he could not help but recall the stunning figure he saw in the cave and was lost in thought. It was not his fault. Even her appearance was unforgettable, let alone the flawless luster of her perfect body. Just as Su Zimo was in a daze, he suddenly felt a chill. He could not help but shudder. Not far away, Goddess True Jade was glaring at him fiercely as she asked in a frosty tone, What were you thinking about just now? Nothing much. Su Zimo looked embarrassed and guilty. If Goddess True Jade was truly enraged and wanted to dig out his eyes, he would truly have no way of resisting. Young Master, what happened to you earlier on? Why are you so worried after the battle? Although they had been separated for 100 years, Little Fox could tell at a glance that Su Zimo was not quite himself. For some reason, I feel uneasy. Su Zimo frowned. It was a hunch that would definitely not happen without reason. Su Zimo glanced at Goddess True Jade before shaking his head. Even though she had said some harsh words, Su Zimo could not sense any killing intent from her. But where was the source of this uneasiness? What was wrong? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, What happened in the North region while I was in seclusion? Nothing much. Nian Qi shook her head. Many sects and factions were waiting to see the battle between you and Dao, Lord Xianyu. Pausing for a moment, Nian Qi thought for a moment and continued, However, there was indeed something unusual. The grand elders of some of the upper sects, such as Dragon Tiger Sect and Blood Mist Sect, suddenly announced that they were leaving their sections. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo's expression changed starkly. Chapter 1184, Six Mighty Figures. Chapter 1184, Six Mighty Figures. Something's not right. Su Zimo shook his head with a grim expression. What's wrong with that? When everyone saw Su Zimo's terrible expression, they stopped talking and asked, If I'm not wrong, the Grand Elders of Dragon Tiger Sect and Blood Mist Sect are all conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo said slowly, It's way too strange for these conjoint body mighty figures to announce that they're leaving the sect at such a time. They must have other motives. Young Master, you mean that they will attack you? Nian Qi's heart sank as she realized that something was amiss as well. Ji Yaoshua frowned. 10 years ago, the conjoint body mighty figures of the various super sects attacked Dragon Burial Valley, but returned in defeat. Zimo, the Mahayana patriarch backing you, has already warned the cultivation world. Won't the conjoint body mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect be afraid of angering the patriarch and implicating his sect if he attacks you? At that point, Ji Yaoshua's expression changed, as though she had realized something. The reason why those conjoint body mighty figures left their sects at this time was because they were worried about implicating their sects. Su Zimo remained silent. The sense of danger was getting closer, and he even felt suffocated. "They're here." Suddenly, Su Zimo said. The moment he said that, 6 figures suddenly appeared in midair, each of them emitting a shuddering aura. That aura had already far surpassed the Dharma characteristic realm. There were 5 old men and a middle-aged man. 6 conjoint body mighty figures. Spirit consciousness barrier, dimensional lock. The 6 conjoint body mighty figures shouted at the same time and waved their hands, causing visible ripples in the void. Immediately after, a strange feeling surfaced in the hearts of Su Zimo and the others. It was as though the space they were in was completely isolated from the outside world. It was as though the entire old capital of Yen country was completely sealed. In fact, they could not even sense the heaven and earth powers. Su Zimo's gaze was cold. The old immortal crane and the others had ugly expressions and were burning with anxiety. Among everyone, the only one who was calm and composed without any change in expression the entire time was Goddess True Jade. In midair, the gazes of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures landed on Su Zimo after they laid the formations. "Desolate Marshal, you're smart. You've already guessed our intention of leaving our sections." Among them, an old man stood out and shook his head with a smile. "Unfortunately, you realized it too late." "Who are you?" Su Zimo asked coldly. There's no harm in telling you. You're someone about to die anyway." The old man smiled indifferently. "I'm the Grand Elder of the Dragon Tiger sect. My Tao title is Bone Spirit." "Dragon Tiger sect, very good." Su Zimo nodded. Another old man's face was withered and yellow like a sickly child. He exuded a sinister aura and said, "I'm Elder Heisia of Een Ghost sect." The third old man was filled with killing intent and said simply, "7 kills sect, cruel Sunday." "I'm Lust Fiend of Blood Mist sect, haha." "Desolate Marshal, I heard that your combat strength has not diminished even after you reconstructed your body. I want to taste your blood." The fourth old man stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. "I'm Yuan Xiong." The background of the 5th old man was known without need for elaboration. After a brief pause, Yuan Xiong looked at Su Zimo and said indifferently, "Yuan Wushuang is my grandson." Yuan Xiong looked very calm when he said that. However, everyone could sense the surging killing intent behind that calmness. The 6th conjoint body mighty figure was a middle-aged man. That person gave a sinister smile, looking unrestrained and cynical. "Mystic Firmament Divine Cult Lang Yu. You can also call me Exalted Master Lang Yu. 5 of the 10 upper sects of the North region were here." There was one of the 4 gentry clans. Even in the ancient era, there had never been the need for such a grand lineup just to kill a single void reversion. 6 conjoint body mighty figures. I'm truly flattered. Su Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. "Are you stalling for time?" Elder Bone Spirit of Dragon Tiger sect suddenly asked before shaking his head. "Desolate Marshal, give up. Since we've already decided to join forces to kill you, we won't allow any accidents to happen." "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow. "Elder Bone Spirit said proudly, with the spirit consciousness barrier, even your messenger talismans can't be sent out. The space here has already been sealed by us. Even if you have a treasure like a transference talisman, you won't be able to escape." This time round, they were fully prepared. Apart from the creation Green Lotus and other treasures, the main reason why Su Zimo was able to survive in the Tao inheritance ground was because of the major transference talisman. Therefore, the first thing the 6 of them did after appearing was to seal the space here. Even a major transference talisman could not be released here. "Despicable," Nian Qi said coldly. As conjoint body experts, you guys actually joined forces to kill avoid reversion. Do you guys have any shame? Little Fox could not help but grumble. Fufu, you're way too childish. Elder Bone Spirit sneered. Yuan Xiong said, you crippled my grandson. It's only right and proper for me to take revenge. Desolate Marshal, your mistake is that you shouldn't have provoked my Yuan clan. Elder Lust Fiend of Blood, Mist Sect grinned. Our upper sects and gentry clans have been around for more than 10,000 years. What sort of foundation do you think we have? Do you think you can challenge us? Since you want a challenge, prepare to be destroyed at any moment. Ji Yaoshue took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Seniors, Zimo has the backing of a Mahayana patriarch. Are you guys really not afraid of the patriarch's wrath for injuring his life? The few of us don't have much lifespan left. Elder Bone Spirit said, Even if that's not the case, we'll only live on for a few hundred years more at most. TSK, our lives are worth it in exchange for the life of the #1 monster incarnate in history. Elder Hasia of Een Ghost Sect laughed sinisterly. Of course, among the 6 conjoint body mighty figures, apart from the 5 old men, Exalted Master Langyu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was at his peak. Exalted Master Langyu did not mind at all. He smiled and said, I'll leave after killing Desolate Marshal. Maybe to the Middle Continent, maybe to the West region? Even if the Mahayana Patriarch is extremely powerful, he might not be able to find me as long as I hide carefully. I heard that the Patriarch at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley doesn't have many years left to live. At most, I'll wait till he's dead before coming out of seclusion. Exalted Master Langyu was excited. Who knows? I might even be able to break through to the Mahayana realm under the pressure of the pursuit of a Mahayana Patriarch. The 5 old men had already seen through life and death. As for Exalted Master Langyu, it was clear that he was a fearless maniac with no regard for consequences. These 6 conjoint body mighty figures truly had no reservations for grouping up together. What should we do? Shall we kill our way out? How do we kill them? Even 1 conjoint body mighty figure is enough to kill us, let alone 6 of them. But we can't wait for death here. Monkey and the others frowned and communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Su Zimo was not involved. Without batting an eyelid, he glanced at Goddess True Jade, who was not far away. At that moment, Goddess True Jade had an indifferent expression. She was neither frustrated nor impatient. Su Zimo felt relieved when he saw her expression. The killing plan of Elder Bone Spirit and the others this time round was truly flawless. If there was truly a variable, it could only be Goddess True Jade. Chapter 1185, Dead Mighty Figure. Chapter 1185, Dead Mighty Figure. A few hundred kilometers away from the old capital of Yen Country, the sect masters of Dragon Tiger Sect, Blood Mist Sect, 7 Kills Sect, and the other upper sects exchanged glances and nodded. All of them paused and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yen Country. Why aren't you guys leaving? The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect asked with a frown. Nothing much. We're just waiting for an outcome. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect replied indifferently. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect was shocked and asked hurriedly, You guys really attacked Desolate Marshal? The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect sneered. If Stellar Luna Sect doesn't make a move, there will naturally be other sections. This lad won't survive beyond today. Elder Bone Spirit of Dragon Tiger Sect had not only invited the conjoint body mighty figures of Blood Mist Sect, Een Ghost Sect, and other sects for help, he tried persuading the other sects as well. However, sects like Stellar Luna Sect did not agree to it. The matriarch of Morong clan mulled in silence before shaking her head. Desolate Marshal wishes to impart martial arts to all living beings. If he succeeds, it will be the fortune of the world. You guys should not kill him. Humph. The patriarch of Yuan clan's tone was unfriendly as he said, coldly, Desolate Marshal doesn't differentiate between good and evil. He is sworn siblings with fiend demons and does everything based on impulse without any restraint at all. It would definitely be a disaster for the North region to let such a person live and grow. The sect master of 7 kills, Sect, nodded in agreement. That's right. This lad is way too sharp. We have to kill him. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect and the others did not agree with that statement. However, they were naturally unwilling to get into a fight with the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others over that. The Valley Master of Blaze, Columbus Valley, asked, "Who's there?" "Including Elderbone's spirit of our sect. There are a total of 6 grand elders." The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect declared proudly. The hearts of the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect and the others skipped a beat as they exchanged glances. Sighing internally, they shook their heads. There was no hope. Initially, they were still thinking that Desolate Marshal's luck was strong and he had many trump cards. He might be able to find a chance to survive. Now that they knew it was a combined attack from 6 conjoint body mighty figures, Desolate Marshal was definitely doomed. Elder Bone Spirit and the others have already sealed the space over there. It should be over soon. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect murmured softly. Although he knew that there wouldn't be any accidents, he still wanted to wait and see the outcome. A cold wind blew. Suddenly he felt a chill and could not help but frown as he muttered to himself. There shouldn't be any variables, right? After pondering for a long time, he shook his head. I don't think so. Yes, definitely not. The old capital of Yen country. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Suddenly, Elder Bone's spirit laughed. We decided to take action after confirming that there's no activity in the Dragon Burial Valley. Therefore, you don't have to hope for that patriarch to appear and save you. We've already preempted all the variables that you can think of. He sighed. Desolate Marshal, it's time to send you on your way. Preempted all the variables? Not necessarily. Su Zimo said indifferently before looking at Goddess True Jade, who was not far away. He cupped his fists. Senior, do help us with this calamity. She was not standing together with Su Zimo and the others. It was only now that Elder Bone Spirit and the others noticed her. What a stunner! Exalted Master Lang Yu could not help but exclaim. Elder Bone Spirit and the others glanced at Goddess True Jade and frowned. Although this woman was indeed extremely beautiful, she did not pose much attraction to the few old men. Furthermore, apart from her beauty, there was nothing special about her. She did not exude any powerful aura and looked like a mortal. She looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile and asked instead, "Why should I help you?" Su Zimo smiled bitterly. It's clear that the 6 conjoint body mighty figures don't intend to kill me alone. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay out of it, Senior. That's fine. Goddess True, Jade replied indifferently. When the time comes, I'll take Little Fox away. Nobody can stop me. What has your life and death got to do with me? All of you have to die. None of you can escape. Elder Lust Fiend of Blood, Mist Sect, smacked his lips and said murderously. Goddess True Jade frowned in displeasure. However, Elder Bone Spirit and the others did not notice it at all. Even if they noticed the change in Goddess True Jade's expression, they wouldn't take it to heart. Don't. Exalted Master Lang Yu hurriedly said, Fellow Taoists, please do me a favor. Leave this beauty and that fox to me. Why, are you tempted, Exalted Master? Elder He Xia of Yin Ghost Sect asked. Exalted Master Lang Yu smiled knowingly and nodded. That woman is of the highest quality. Such beauty is rare in this world. Since I've bumped into her, there's no way I'll let her off. Elder He Xia leered. I do know of a secret skill that allows this beauty to serve you obediently as her master. She will be utterly loyal and will abide by all your commands. Exalted Master Lang Yu's eyes lit up. The two of them discussed as though there was no one else around and did not notice that Goddess True Jade's expression had already turned completely frosty. You guys truly have a death wish, she murmured softly. Oh, the lady is angry? Exalted Master Lang Yu smirked evilly. Even when you're angry, you are so captivating. Lang Yu. Right then, Elder Bone's spirit hollered. He had already vaguely realized that something was amiss. He could not see through this woman's cultivation realm. Initially, he thought that this was a mortal. However, why would a mortal be here? Furthermore, how could she remain calm in the face of their auras? Could this woman be a conjoint body mighty figure as well? However, Elder Bone's spirit was puzzled. Every single conjoint body mighty figure was renowned throughout the world, and it was impossible for him not to know them. However, he had never seen this woman before. Goddess True Jade kill them. Right then, Little Fox gripped her paws and shouted, All right. Goddess True Jade nodded. She did not make any large movements. With just a single stride, she ignored the distance between them and arrived before Elder He Xie instantly. Pissed. What speed? Elder He Xie was alarmed. He did not have time to think and instinctively punched back at Goddess True Jade. A conjoint body mighty figure could shake the world with every move. What seemed like a simple punch released an extremely terrifying power. Countless ghostly shadows burst forth at the same time and lunged at Goddess True Jade. Her expression did not change, and she merely opened her mouth slightly before exhaling gently. Instantly, the temperature in the void plummeted. Even Su Zimo and the others on the ground felt a chilling sensation. The world seemed to have frozen. Crack, crack, crack. Countless ghosts were frozen by the cold air. A layer of frost covered Elder He Xie's fist and arm as well. The speed of his punch decreased significantly. Right then, Goddess True Jade extended a jade-white finger that was crystal clear and tender. Instantly, it tapped on Elder He Xie's glabella. It was too fast. Although the fight sounded slow upon narration, it happened in a flash. Elder He Xie's expression froze as disbelief streaked through his eyes. Thereafter, his gaze dimmed and he fell from midair. Before he even landed on the ground, there was already no life left in his body. A conjoint body mighty figure was dead. Chapter 1186, Jade Hairpin. Chapter 1186, Jade Hairpin. You! Elder Bone's spirit and the others were shocked. This change had completely exceeded their expectations. Even though they had already sensed that something was amiss, they did not expect that this seemingly weak woman with a beauty that could topple countries would be so terrifying the moment she attacked. Even Elder He Xie could not last 2 blows from this woman. Su Zimo and the others were shocked as well. There was no need to elaborate on the others. Apart from Little Fox, none of them knew who Goddess True Jade was. On the other hand, Su Zimo was clear about the background of Goddess True Jade. He had also heard Monk Yuanbei mention that she had reached the conjoint body realm after cultivating for 2,000 years. Her potential was heaven-defying and could be considered terrifying. However, the great Qian Empire was destroyed by the catastrophe later on, and Consort Yu vanished as well. According to his deduction, she should have fallen asleep in the volcano beneath the ruins and only awakened in this lifetime. In other words, she was at least at the conjoint body realm. Su Zimo had another thought. It was only logical that Goddess True Jade could kill Elder He Xie so easily. According to his calculations, she should be around 12,000 years old. For a conjoint body realm cultivator with 20,000 years of lifespan, she was at the peak and had a strong blood qi. However, Elder Hesia was already in his twilight years and only had a few hundred years to live. His blood chi was deteriorating and his combat strength was decreasing. He was naturally no match for Goddess True Jade. Furthermore, Elder Hesia had underestimated his opponent. There was no way he would have expected such a terrifying variable to exist in this ruin. Be careful, everyone. Elder Bone's spirit reminded hurriedly. The remaining 5 conjoint body mighty figures reacted extremely quickly and made a prompt decision to attack Goddess True Jade at almost the same time. Suddenly, a gigantic bone saber appeared in Elder Bone's spirit's hands. It burned with white flames and emitted a terrifying aura. Swash! Elder Bone's spirit wielded his saber with both hands and charged towards Goddess True Jade. Dragon Tiger Sect specialized in body tempering. Even though he was already in his twilight years, his specialty was still melee combat. Yuan Xiong took out a gigantic, heavy iron spear from his storage bag and dragged it through the void, leaving a trail behind. He strode forward and closed in on Goddess True Jade as well. Elder Cruel Son of 7 Kills Sect, Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist Sect, and Exalted Master Langyu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult released powerful dermic arts from the periphery. Blood Mist Devour. Elder Lust Fiend conjured hand seals and pointed forward. A blood mist spread out around his body and rapidly formed a blood-colored head that was malevolent and terrifying as it devoured towards Goddess True Jade. 7 Kills Sword. With a cold expression, Elder Cruel Son hollered and slashed forward with his sword fingers. Suddenly, 7 long swords with a chilling killing intent appeared above Goddess True Jade's head and slashed down viciously. Exalted Master Langyu's glabella shone and an ancient mirror surfaced. Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror, Sea of Misery. Wielding a mighty figure dermic weapon, he conjured a dermic art and shot a stream of dermic powers into the ancient mirror. Suddenly, the ancient mirror shone with a beam of light that scattered into the void where Goddess True Jade landed. Bang! Boom! Boom! A shocking scene descended. Su Zimo and the others looked up and saw a vast ocean appear out of thin air. It blotted out the skies and surged with waves, as though it could devour all living beings. They could clearly sense that every single drop of seawater in the Sea of Misery was formed from extremely pure, dermic powers. A single drop of seawater could cause mountains to collapse and kill Dharma-characteristic Tao lords with ease. Everyone was shocked. Conjoint body mighty figures truly had the power to shake the heavens, quake the earth, move mountains and fill oceans. Range and melee combat. Even though this was the first time the 5 conjoint body mighty figures were joining forces, they were experienced and cooperated extremely well. The attacks of the 5 of them were terrifying and almost drowned Goddess True Jade. Although they had witnessed the capabilities of Goddess True Jade, Su Zimo and the others were still worried. Sharp swords hovered, the Sea of Misery beneath, and incoming blood missed alongside attacks from the bone saber and iron spear. Even in the face of such intense attacks, Goddess True Jade's expression was indifferent. With light steps, she charged towards Yuan Xiong at the side, leaving behind a series of graceful figures. She was truly elegant and classy as a dragon. Even during the battle, Goddess True Jade's figure was extremely beautiful without any signs of wretchedness. What was even rarer was that she managed to dodge most of the attacks with that beautiful dance. The 7 kills sword missed completely. Reaching out with her jade-like hand, she pulled out a jade green hairpin that was only the length of a finger from the black hair on her head. Her black hair fell along with the wind, making her look even more elegant. Goddess True Jade raised her palm. Sure. A jade green light flashed and pierced through the incoming blood-colored head. The blood-colored head paused in midair for a moment before exploding. With a flash of light, the jade hairpin pierced towards Elder Lust Fiend's glabella. Ah! Elder Lust Fiend was shocked. He had not expected that Goddess True Jade would have the strength to retaliate despite being surrounded. Furthermore, he had been attacking from afar and had not expected that she would choose to attack him first. The jade hairpin arrived instantly. In a flash, Elder Lust Fiend took out a gigantic turtle shell from his storage bag and blocked the jade hairpin. The turtle shell had a powerful origin. It was obtained by killing a pure-blooded grand demon black turtle in the East Sea. The most indestructible part of the black turtle's body was the shell on its back. It might even be tougher than perfect, mighty figure dermic weapons. Clang! The jade hairpin made a crisp sound when it collided against the mysterious turtle shell. Immediately after, Elder Lust Fiend heard a jarring sound. It was as though something was shattering in front of him. Could it be? A thought flashed through Elder Lust Fiend's mind. That was impossible. That tiny jade hairpin was incomparably fragile. How could it pierce through the shell of a grand demon black turtle? Unless the jade hairpin is a dermic treasure. Dermic treasures were weapons that were infused with divine powers and could only be wielded by ancestor realm experts. Elder Lust Fiend stared at the turtle shell in his palm, and his pupils constricted. Crack! Suddenly, the center of the turtle shell shattered, and a green beam of light pierced through his palm without any resistance. Ah! Elder Lust Fiend shrieked from the pain. However, right after, the shriek came to an abrupt stop. A bloody hole appeared on Elder Lust Fiend's glabella. Behind his head, a green jade hairpin pierced through his skull slowly and stuck out. There was no trace of blood on it. Elder Lust Fiend died on the spot. Against the encirclement of 5 conjoint body mighty figures, Goddess True Jade retaliated domineeringly and killed one of them right away. However, she did not stop. Stepping on the sea of misery's jade waves, she distanced herself from Elder Bone's spirit and avoided the 7 kills sword, arriving before Yuan Xiong. Herg. Yuan Xiong was strong and muscular. With a furious roar, he raised his iron spear with both hands and thrust it towards Goddess True Jade. The power of the spear was immense, and it was extremely fast. Ripples even appeared around the spear. It tore through the air and headed straight for Goddess True Jade's face. Chapter 1187, Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1187, Half-Martial Ancestor. In the face of the incoming heavy iron spear, Goddess True Jade's expression did not change as she reached out with her slender hand and grabbed the spear's head. Yuan Xiong's expression changed, and he wanted to burst forth with his blood chi to blast Goddess True Jade away. However, no matter how hard he tried, and even as his face flushed red, she would not budge at all. Even Goddess True Jade's wrist did not show any signs of trembling. It was only at that moment that Yuan Xiong realized the difference between him and Goddess True Jade. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Even despite your age. Suddenly, Goddess True Jade spoke. Gripping the iron spear in her right hand, she strode forward and extended her left hand, slapping towards Yuan Xiong's chest in a seemingly light manner. You have no morals. With that remark, Goddess True Jade's palm pushed against Yuan Xiong's chest. Bang! Yuan Xiong's chest caved in rapidly, almost sticking to his spine. From the looks of it, it was as though he was smashed into pieces by a single palm strike from Goddess True Jade. The physical body of a conjoint body mighty figure was fused with their heaven and earth dharma characteristic alongside dermic powers. They were invulnerable to weapons, fire, water, and would never decay. To think that his life would have been severed by Goddess True Jade's seemingly frail palm. Yuan Xiong's essence, spirit, flew out from the top of his head and fled into the distance with a flustered expression. Even if he did not have much lifespan left, he did not want to be randomly beaten to death by a woman who appeared out of nowhere. Without even looking at him, Goddess True Jade turned around and walked towards Exalted Master Lang Yu, graceful as a fairy. The meaning of ethereal was embodied completely through her elegant strides. Yuan Xiong was delighted. Escaping from this calamity was better than dying here with his Tao destroyed. However, before the joy in his eyes dissipated, he sensed a strong sense of danger and caught sight of a jade green glow from the corner of his eye. It's that jade hairpin. A final thought flashed through Yuan Xiong's mind. Poof! The jade hairpin passed through his essence spirit without stopping. Yuan Xiong was dead. Goddess True Jade's methods were so powerful and terrifying that half of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo and the others were invigorated. Of course, the remaining 3 conjoint body mighty figures were even more difficult to deal with. Among them, Exalted Master Lang Yu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was at his peak age, and his blood chi was domineering, far surpassing the other 5 conjoint body elders. True enough, Exalted Master Lang Yu had a grim expression as he conjured hand seals repeatedly, sending dermic powers into the ancient mirror before him. Although he spoke with zero restraint, his combat strength was indeed much stronger than Elder He Xie and the others. Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror, Hidden Dragon goes to sea. With a loud shout from Exalted Master Lang Yu, the initially turbulent sea of misery suddenly caved in, forming a gigantic vortex. A divine dragon with a terrifying aura crawled out of the sea. Its horns were towering, and its gaze was sharp. Opening its mouth, it let out an earth-shaking dragon roar towards Goddess True Jade. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the divine dragon was only condensed from the dermic powers of Exalted Master Lang Yu, it was already lifelike and filled with a dragon might that shook the skies. Under the gaze of the divine dragon, Goddess True Jade looked incomparably tiny as she stood on the water surface, as though she could be devoured at any moment. It's just a small trick, it's nothing much. She harumphed coldly and stomped her feet gently. The howling sea of misery seemed to have been severely injured by the stomp and calmed down instantly. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, frost filled the air above the sea of misery, and with Goddess True Jade as the center, it spread out rapidly and froze the surroundings. The divine dragon that had just leaped out of the sea merely roared. Before it could do anything, it was enveloped by the cold aura and froze into ice. This Exalted Master Lang Yu was starting to panic. That dermic art could be considered as his strongest trump card. However, he had not expected it to be completely vulnerable before Goddess True Jade. At that moment, Goddess True Jade had already arrived before him with a cold expression. They're old fogies, it's fine if they die. However, you're different. Initially, I wanted to spare your life on account of how difficult it was for you to cultivate. However, it's a pity that you're so brazen with that dirty mouth to harbor designs on me. I'm left with no choice but to send you on your way. Before she finished her sentence, Goddess True Jade had already extended her palm and slapped the top of Exalted Master Lang Yu's head. Exalted Master Lang Yu did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly placed the ancient mirror above his head and released a blazing beam of light. The beam of light was so strong that it could even penetrate a conjoint body mighty figure's body. However, there were no ripples when the beam of light landed on Goddess True Jade's delicate palm. All of a sudden, a ball of scorching flames appeared in Goddess True Jade's palm and engulfed the ancient mirror, burning furiously. Pissed, Exalted Master Lang Yu gasped. The ancient mirror was his destiny dermic weapon that was inherited from Mystic Firmament Divine Cult. Coupled with his sex cultivation technique, the Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror, it was extremely powerful. However, Against the raging flames in Goddess True Jade's palm, the ancient mirror creaked and was burned red, almost transparent. I've got to give it my all. Exalted Master Lang Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient mirror. That was his destiny dermic weapon, and he could not abandon it. With the augmentation of the essence blood, the ancient mirror shone brightly and was still resisting with all its might. A look of mockery flashed through Goddess True Jade's eyes as she retracted the flames in her palm. In its place was a bone-chilling coldness that enveloped the ancient mirror instantly. Shing! The different powers of ice and fire were activated on the ancient mirror, emanating an extremely terrifying aura. Exalted Master Lang Yu was not the only one affected by the aura. Even Elder Bone's spirit and Elder Cruel Sun, who were charging forward, were shocked and exclaimed, "Divine powers!" The power of extreme heat and coldness struck the ancient mirror and released a terrifying power that surpassed dermic powers. Divine powers. Divine powers were divided into different grades, lesser, greater, or peerless divine powers. But no matter what, divine powers were something that only Ancestor Realm experts could control. This power was already above the conjoint body realm. It was only at that moment that Elder Bone's spirit and the other two realized that the woman before them was not at the conjoint body realm at all. She was a half-step Mahayana. In other words, she was a legendary half-martial ancestor expert. This turn of events truly scared the three of them out of their wits. Boom! Under the effect of the divine power, the ancient mirror exploded. Many shards flew towards Goddess True Jade and fell before they could get close. However, Exalted Master Lang Yu was not that lucky. His destiny dermic weapon was destroyed, and his essence spirit was implicated. As though he was struck by lightning, his body shuddered and his mind was in chaos. At that moment, there was no way he could dodge the incoming shards of the dermic weapon. The dermic weapon shards contained remnants of the divine power and were extremely powerful. Numerous dermic weapon shards entered his body instantly and penetrated it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. His consciousness was pierced by at least 3 shards, and his essence spirit was smashed into pieces. It had long dissipated. Exalted Master Lang Yu's corpse fell onto the ruins and died. Goddess True Jade seemed extremely disdainful towards Exalted Master Lang Yu and did not even touch the latter even by the clothes the entire time. However, Exalted Master Lang Yu was already a dead man. Chapter 1188 Prediction. Chapter 1188 Prediction. A huge battle broke out between the two parties, and in a flash, only 2 of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures were left. Furthermore, the remaining Elder Bone's spirit and Elder Cruel Sun were both old men in their twilight years. How could this be? How could there be a half-martial ancestor expert in this desolate and dilapidated old capital? Ancestor Realm. Even half-martial ancestors were a barrier that many conjoint body mighty figures could not reach. Throughout history, countless paragons and cultivators had entered the conjoint body realm and become mighty figures. All of those mighty figures had immense luck and countless fortuitous encounters. All of them were famous existences. However, with the sands of time, how many conjoint body mighty figures could take that step forward and advance to the Mahayana realm? Not to mention a full step, even half a step was enough to stump countless mighty figures. All of those mighty figures were extremely powerful and intimidating. They roamed the world unhindered and rarely met their match. They had a lifespan of 20,000 years, but most of them stopped before the Ancestor Realm and died after expending their lifespans. At the Ancestor Realm, one could extend their lifespan to 100,000 years after comprehending divine powers. From 20,000 to 100,000 years of lifespan, it was clear how huge the gap between the 2 major cultivation realms was. Elder Bone's spirit stood on the spot motionlessly with a conflicted expression. There was panic, indignance, fear, and regret. Elder Cruel Sun's reaction was extremely fast, and he did not have that many thoughts in his mind. He made a prompt decision and turned to flee without hesitation. Why waste your energy? You won't be able to escape. God is true, Jade smiled indifferently and strode forward. As though she had crossed the limits of space, she caught up to Elder Cruel Sun in the blink of an eye. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that he could not escape, Elder Cruel Sun turned around with bloodshot eyes. He conjured hand seals repeatedly and growled, "Eighth kill, killing body!" 7 kills. Sect originally had 7 killing techniques. However, in reality, only a small number of people in the sect knew that above the 7 kills, there was an 8th killing technique, the killing body technique. The so-called killing body technique was to abandon one's life to release a most terrifying attack. Once that secret skill was released, he would be the first to die. Elder Cruel Sun's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every single drop of his flesh was filled with immense dermic powers and was about to explode. Humph! Goddess True Jade waved her sleeves gently, and a streak of frost engulfed Elder Cruel Sunday. The dermic powers that were already boiling in Elder Cruel Sun's body calmed down instantly, and layers of ice condensed around him, chilling him to the bones. It's fine if you want to die. Just stay away and don't spill any blood on me. Goddess True Jade frowned. She was always picky about cleanliness. Even after a huge battle, her body would be spotless. She hated filthy things like blood the most. The layers of ice froze Elder Cruel Sun's bloodline and dermic powers. Even his consciousness was invaded by the frost chi and gradually turned into ice. Elder Cruel Sun could only stare with widened eyes. The coldness seeped in, and he could not even move his eyeballs. Gradually, frost filled his entire consciousness, and his essence spirit was filled with ice crystals. His life was gone. Elder Cruel Sun was frozen into a human-shaped ice block. Goddess True Jade gave a casual slap on the surface. Elder Cruel Sun shattered into many pieces of ice without any blood splattering on the ground. This was a mighty figure. 10,000 years ago, he was a renowned expert of the North region and was invincible. To think that right now he would end up in a state where his essence spirit was destroyed and he did not even have a corpse remaining. Of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures, there was only one left. Elder Bone's spirit did not escape. He knew very well that he could not escape from a half-martial ancestor, given his capabilities. He felt a strong sense of indignance when he looked at the white-robed woman who was walking over slowly. Finally, he could not help but ask, "May I know what sect or faction you are from, fellow Taoist?" "Why are you asking this?" Goddess True Jade asked instead of answering. "I just want to die knowing why." Elder Bone's spirit clenched his fists and said slowly, as a half-martial ancestor, "You're definitely not a nobody. I've cultivated in the cultivation world for more than 20,000 years, but I've never seen you before." Goddess True Jade replied indifferently, 10,000 years ago, I spent most of my time in the palace and almost never roamed the cultivation world. It's only natural that you've never seen me before." 10,000 years ago? Palace? Elder Bone's spirit was stunned. Before long, he realized something and exclaimed, "Why, you're from the Great Qian Empire!" After a brief pause, a legendary character crossed his mind as he yelped, "You're consort you of the Great Qian Empire!" "That's me." Goddess True Jade nodded. "You can pass away in peace now." Elder Bone's spirit's lips curled into a bitter smile as he looked at Goddess True Jade's smooth finger that was extending towards him. He sighed. "After all the scheming, we can't win against fate." Bang! Goddess True Jade tapped Elder Bone's spirit on the glabella. Elder Bone's spirit shuddered, and his essence spirit was destroyed as he fell from midair, dead. When they saw that, Su Zimo and the others felt emotional. That was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost at the peak of the cultivation world. However, if these people took a wrong step, they would still end up dead with a tragic ending. Under normal circumstances, the 6 conjoint body mighty figures coming out of seclusion and joining forces to kill Suzimo was a sure victory without any accidents. They had predicted almost all possible variables. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. They had not expected that the woman who had been asleep for 10,000 years in the great Qian Empire would awaken and become the only variable in this sure-kill situation. This one single variable cost them their lives. Thank you for saving me, Senior True Jade. I'm extremely grateful. Suzimo bowed towards Goddess True Jade. If Goddess True Jade had not intervened this time round, all of them would have been doomed. She rolled her eyes at Suzimo and said indifferently, I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want little Fox to get hurt. Monkey and the others were carefree and did not think much about it, merely thinking that they were lucky. However, the women present were extremely sensitive. Ji Yaoxiue, Xiaoning, and the others shifted their gazes between Goddess True Jade and Suzimo, muttering internally. If she was worried about little Fox getting hurt, she could have just taken the ladder away. Why did she have to fight? They had a feeling that there was something that no one else knew about between Suzimo and Goddess True Jade. Goddess True Jade's gaze landed on Suzimo's embrace as she asked, Little Fox, are you going to follow me, or are you staying? Your Highness, can't you stay as well? Little Fox blinked her large eyes and asked timidly. Goddess True Jade shook her head. I'm leaving. After a brief pause, she continued, If you want to leave with me, I'll bring you along. Naturally, I won't let you suffer. However, if you want to stay, I won't force you either. Your Highness, I can't bear to part with you as well. But Little Fox was conflicted and could not continue. In her heart, she wanted to stay by Suzimo's side and be with Monkey and the others. She led a carefree life in Thousand Demon Valley and was very happy. However, Goddess True Jade had been in a deep slumber for 10,000 years. Now that she had woken up, she was desolate and pitiful without any old friends by her side. Goddess True Jade smiled. I understand. With that said, she turned to leave and a voice sounded. Suzimo, take good care of her. Otherwise, I'll come looking for you again. Chapter 1189, Deducing the Martial Tao. Chapter 1189, Deducing the Martial Tao. Now that this is over, the North region should be peaceful for a period of time. The old immortal crane lamented. After the battle between Suzimo and Tao, Lord Xianyu, Stellar Luna Sect, Blaze, Columbus Valley, and some other upper sects and aristocratic families had already expressed that they would no longer hold grudges. Furthermore, now that 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead, it won't take long before news of it spread through the entire North region. As such, the upper sects and aristocratic families should settle down. Over the years, the North region has been in turmoil. The feudal vassals have risen, and the flames of war have spread. Suzimo said, after the witch Gu calamity and the destruction of the 3 dynasties, the North region is devastated. I hope that there will be a period of peace and rest. Zimo, what are your plans from now on? Ji Yaoshu asked. That's right. Xianyu is dead, and the blood feud of the 13 cities of Yen country has been avenged. That's a weight on the shoulder lifted. Brother, where are you going from now on? Xiaoning echoed. The old immortal crane smiled. Why don't you follow me back to Ethereal Peak? 100 years ago, you were forced to leave because you were afraid of implicating the sect. Now you can return. Sure. Nian Qi nodded hurriedly. Suzimo remained silent. Why don't you follow us to the demon region? Monkey grinned. When we came out this time round, the spirit tiger used the demon's ceiling diagram and brought almost everyone from Howling Moon Mountain that can fight. If we head to the North regions, Wild Lion Ridge, We can dominate the place and become territorial lords still. Territorial lords. Shaking its head, the spirit tiger pouted and said in an arrogant manner, "Since we're all here, we've got to become overlords no matter what." That's right. This time round, Monkey did not retort the spirit tiger. Ji Yaoshua smiled without saying anything. Be it Wild Lion Ridge or Ethereal Peak, they were both in the North region. As long as he was in the North region, there would definitely be opportunities for them to meet. Su Zimo did not reply the entire time. He merely looked in a direction and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he smiled apologetically. "I have to go somewhere else and leave for a period of time." "Ah, where? Is it dangerous?" Xiaoning asked hurriedly with a worried expression. "It's fine." Su Zimo smiled. "There's no one else there. It's very safe." After pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath and said slowly with a resolute gaze, "There's something that needs to be done." "What?" everyone asked instinctively. "Deduce the martial Tao." Su Zimo said word by word. Everyone was shocked. They were clear about Su Zimo's Tao heart. The entire cultivation world knew that Desolate Martial wanted to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. However, everyone was even clearer about how tough that path was. He was creating a path that no one had ever walked before. He was going to deduce his own Tao and dermic arts. That's way too difficult. In a rare moment of speech, Night Spirit said while shaking his head gently, "Throughout history, countless wise sages and experts tried this Tao and expended their lifespans, but to no avail. Moreover, Su Zimo was only at the void reversion realm." "That's right." Su Zimo smiled gently. "That's why I don't know when I'll be able to return." "Where are you going, young master?" Nian Qi asked. "The Tao inheritance ground." Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "I want to enter the Tao inheritance ground again. There are many ancient inheritances there that I haven't comprehended yet. After obtaining those inheritances, I'll fuse them with my life, what I've seen, heard, learned, and understood. I'll do my best to deduce the martial Tao." This was the result of Su Zimo's careful consideration. His current cultivation was already at the perfected void reversion realm. As for the Tao inheritance ground, it was a separate dimension with many seals. If he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he would not be able to enter it. This was his final chance. This time round, no one tried to persuade or stop him. That was Su Zimo's Tao heart. He had to do it. It wasn't easy for us brothers to get together. Now, we're going to separate again. The spirit tiger was a little frustrated. It's not like he's going to some dangerous place. We'll meet again sooner or later. Monkey was rather carefree about it. "Let's take a walk around Wild Lion Ridge then. If we're in a good mood, we'll take over it and stay for a period of time. Once you're out, look for us at the Wild Lion Ridge. Things will definitely move smoothly at the mention of our names." "Sure." Su Zimo laughed and turned to ask, "What are your plans, Xiaoning?" "I'll stay in the North region for a period of time first, and see if the witch Gu Calamity will resurface." Xiaoning held Ji Yaoshua's arm. "I can accompany Sister Yaoshua as well. If the North region is fine, I'll head back to Elixir Yang sect to take a look." "Yes, it's been more than 100 years since you've been back as well. It's time for you to head back." Su Zimo nodded. The great Zhou dynasty had fused with 3 dynasties, and there were many political matters to attend to. Naturally, Ji Yaoshua chose to stay in the great Zhou dynasty. Nian Qi returned to Ethereal Peak. Everyone knew their paths, and in the blink of an eye it was time to part. "Young master." Right then, a timid voice sounded. Everyone turned towards the sound. In the crowd, a boy looked down at Su Zimo. His cheeks were flushed red as though he was nervous. Pinching the corner of his shirt, he asked softly, "Where am I going?" "Little Tao Yao," Of course you're coming with us. Ching Ching pinched Tao Yao's tender cheeks and said with a smile, "You're a demon. If you follow us, we'll bring you to live a good life." Tao Yao's face flushed even redder, but he said nothing. Su Zimo smiled and asked, "Where do you want to go?" "See, can I follow you to that Tao inheritance ground, young master?" Tao Yao asked expectantly, blinking his sparkling eyes. "No." Su Zimo shook his head. It was not because he was heartless. The Tao inheritance ground was restricted by the wills of mighty figures. Tao Yao's blood, qi, and dermic powers would be restricted upon entering, and that would not be beneficial to this child. Furthermore, the place he was headed to was a forbidden ground in the Tao inheritance ground that no one else could enter. Oh! Tao Yao was slightly disappointed. Su Zimo said, "Why don't you follow Ching Ching and the others to Wild Lion Ridge?" Tao Yao tilted his head slightly, seemingly in deep thought. After a moment he asked, "If I leave, who will protect the grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunties of Pingyang Town?" Upon hearing that question, Su Zimo's gaze at Tao Yao turned even gentler. "Nobody." He shook his head. "I'll stay here then. I'll stay in Pingyang Town." Tao Yao said seriously. Ching Ching said, "But how lonely will you be as the only demon?" "I won't." Tao Yao revealed an innocent smile. "The grandpas and grandmas in the town are very nice to me. They're not afraid of me, and even told me many things about young master in the past. The elders of Pingyang Town were extremely grateful towards the Su family and the second young master of the Su family. When Su Hong was king, he protected Pingyang Town from the flames of war. Later on, when the allied army of the three dynasties invaded, second young master Su appeared and buried the allied army of the three dynasties in Song Lang mountain range. In the town, he killed many nascent souls that were chasing after him. Many people witnessed that scene. Some of the children back then were more than 100 years old by now. They were now the elderly of Pingyang Town. In fact, they were even vaguely aware that the reason why Pingyang Town was able to survive in this chaotic world was because of second young master Su. The stories of the Su family and the legend of second young master Su ascending to immortality were passed down from their ancestors. "All right." Su Zimo caressed Tao Yao's forehead and said gently, "Stay in Pingyang Town and wait for my return." "Ugh." Tao Yao's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Chapter 1190. Entering the Cemetery Again. Chapter 1190. Entering the Cemetery Again. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others were gathered together and had not gone far. They were looking in the direction of the old capital of Yen country, hundreds of kilometers away, waiting for the final outcome. Before long, a violent fluctuation came from the direction of the old capital. The spirit consciousness barrier and spatial seal on the outer perimeter had been removed, and the outline of a dilapidated city could be vaguely seen. "It's over." The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect heaved a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the 6 conjoint body mighty figures had already killed Su Zimo and the others before unlocking the spatial seal. Desolate Marshal establishing his Tao? Strongest monster incarnate in history? He can't escape the fate of being killed either. The sect master of Een Ghost Sect sneered. Desolate Marshal's death can be considered as a weight lifted off our shoulders. The sect master of Blood, Mist Sect chuckled and shook his head. Given that lad's talent, it's hard to imagine what level he will reach if he was allowed to continue growing. That's right. If he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, even the 6 conjoint body mighty figures might not be able to kill him. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult agreed deeply. Unfortunately, a monster incarnate of a generation was killed just like that. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect lamented. The Murong clan's matriarch shook her head in pity as well. In reality, After witnessing Desolate Marshal with their own eyes, they were already subdued by his bearing and were unwilling to be his enemy. To think that Desolate Marshal would still be doomed to end in such a tragic state. "Let's go," the sect master of Stellar Lunasect said. "Now that Desolate Marshal is dead, the patriarch of the Dragon Burial Valley is probably about to head out. I wonder what sort of chaos is about to happen in the North region." Yes. The Murong clan's matriarch nodded and turned, prepared to leave. Right then, she swept her gaze and could not help but exclaim softly. She paused and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yen country with a confused expression. The sect masters of the upper sects and leaders of the other aristocratic families noticed this as well. A spirit vessel rose from the old capital and sped over. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect frowned slightly. It was definitely not Elderbone Spirit and the others on the spirit vessel. Given the capabilities of conjoint body mighty figures, there was no need for them to ride on a spirit vessel. Furthermore, the speed of the spirit vessel would not be that slow either. Could Elderbone Spirit and the others have shown mercy to spare some unimportant people? While everyone was pondering, the spirit vessel approached. Figures stood at the bow of the spirit vessel. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others focused their gazes and could not help but be shocked. Instinctively, they opened their mouths with disbelief in their eyes. The leader of the spirit vessel was dressed in green robes with black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. He had delicate features. It was Tao being Desolate Marshal, who was supposed to be dead. How could this be? What were Elderbone Spirit and the others doing? If Desolate Marshal was not dead, why did Elderbone Spirit and the others remove the spirit consciousness barrier and release the spatial seal, allowing Desolate Marshal and the others to leave? The sect masters of Dragon Tiger sect, Blood Mist sect, and the others glared the figure on the spirit vessel with widened eyes. A guess flashed through their minds. However, that guess was way too shocking and impossible. Right then, the figure on the spirit vessel bowed slightly and looked over with a hint of mockery in his pitch-black eyes. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others panicked. In fact, they did not even dare to meet Su Zimo's gaze. The spirit vessel passed over their heads, quickly without stopping. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others exchanged glances and hurried off, heading towards the old capital of Yen country. They wanted to head over and see what was going on. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect and the others followed curiously as well. Before long, many sect masters of upper sects and leaders of aristocratic families arrived above the old capital and looked down at the corpses in the ruins. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others turned pale as their bodies swayed. Dead. All 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead, without exception. A chill ran down the back of the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others when they recalled the look in Desolate Marshal's eyes. They did not know what exactly happened in the old capital. However, they knew one thing. The attempt to kill him this time round was an extremely stupid decision. On the spirit vessel, Su Zimo did not attack the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others. Firstly, he had just engaged in a huge battle with Tao, Lord Xianyu, and had expended a lot of energy. He did not want to start another battle. Secondly, the death of 6 conjoint body mighty figures was already a huge loss for these upper sects and aristocratic families. Furthermore, the 6 mighty figures were no longer related to the sect. There was no way he could kill all the sect masters of the upper sects just because of the mighty figures. Of course, this matter would not end just like that. He would remember this debt and settle it in the future. Monkey and the others were reluctant and did not leave first. They insisted on sending Su Zimo to Dragon Burial Valley before parting ways. Nobody was in a hurry to travel as they chatted merrily on the spirit vessel. Although the spirit vessel was slow, It still arrived at the edge of Dragon Burial Valley after more than 10 days. All right, there's no need to send me further. Turning around to look at everyone, Suzumo smiled and cupped his fists. I have no idea when I'll return upon leaving. Everyone take care. Young master. Little Fox called out gently with reddened eyes. She was on the brink of tears at their imminent parting. Slapping his forehead, Suzumo took out a pitch-black metal barrier from his storage bag and stuffed it into Little Fox's hands. He smiled. I almost forgot that I haven't returned this fire-blocking basket to you. Pausing for a moment, he pinched her on the nose gently and teased, Are you feeling sad because you're worried I'll leave with your treasure? No way. Little Fox laughed through her tears and harumphed. Zimo, be careful. If anything doesn't work out, don't force yourself. Ji Yaoshua reminded with a gentle expression. Yes. Zimo nodded and turned around. Waving his hand, he leaped down the Dragon Burial Valley. In order to enter the Tao inheritance ground, one had to possess the strength of the conjoint body realm to break through the spatial barrier. Goddess True Jade's whereabouts were unknown, and she had already left. In the North region, the only way to meet that requirement now was to return to the Dragon Burial Valley. Zimo entered the ancient temple and went straight to the backyard. Monk Yuan Bei was sitting there. The red-headed ghost was not far away as well. Beside the two of them, there was a gigantic black vortex that was dark and deep. It blew with a cold wind that led to an unknown place. It seemed like the two of them had been waiting for a long time. Have you decided? Monk Yuan Bei asked. Yes. Zimo nodded. This is the best opportunity. Monk Yuan Bei pointed to the black vortex beside him and nodded with a smile. Go on. I hope that you can witness the descent of the martial Tao before I pass away. Definitely. After bidding farewell to Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost, Zimo leaped into the black vortex. After a moment of dizziness, he descended into a space that was filled with a savage aura. Not far away, there was a region that was filled with a biting cold wind. It was the Three Tribulations domain. Zimo took a deep breath and walked in. He had once passed the test of the Three Tribulations domain. Now that he crossed it once more, he faced no resistance. In no time, he had already arrived at the center of the Three Tribulations domain. Stone Statue Cemetery. Chapter 1191. Arrival of the Witch Race. Chapter 1191. Arrival of the Witch Race. Looking at the 32 inheritance stone statues in the cemetery, Zimo smiled gently and murmured, I'm back again. As though they sensed something, the inheritance stone statues shone with beams of light that shot into the skies, illuminating one another in a spectacular manner. Those who could leave their inheritance in the cemetery were all top-tier figures who dominated the ancient era. For example, although half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky of the Fiend Sex died, he left behind the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra and nearly made use of Zimo's Tao Heart to reincarnate a second time. What sort of capabilities were those? Furthermore, there were inheritances from the immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects in this cemetery. If he could comprehend all 30-odd inheritances, his comprehension of the immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Taoists would reach an unimaginable level. There was another important reason why Zimo was prepared to deduce the martial Tao in this cemetery. Before long, he stopped in front of an inheritance stone statue. The cultivator who left behind the inheritance stone statue was also a half-martial ancestor back then, and his Tao title was instant. Time sped up within 5 feet of the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant. A day outside was a year here. Back then, Zimo relied on the 15 years of cultivation here to break through to the void reversion realm and kill many titular disciples and Dean. He was clear that it might take up to 1,000 years just to inherit the 30-odd legacies here in the cemetery. Furthermore, he had to exhaust his mental energy to deduce the martial Tao. That would take even longer. Perhaps such a long time would not affect him much. However, there could be a massive change in Tianhuang mainland. How many major events had happened in the cultivation world in the past 100 years, let alone 1,000 years? The blood-colored ghost face appeared. The god, Rakshasa, and even which race had all appeared. All signs indicated that a storm was about to descend upon Tianhuang mainland, possibly restoring the chaotic situation of the ancient era where everyone was in danger. At that time, most cultivators might not even be able to protect themselves, let alone weak mortals. If he had truly spent thousands of years away, even if he managed to divine the martial Tao and return, the world would have changed. Therefore, Su Zimo intended to make use of the 5 feet area beneath his feet to divine. Even if 1,000 years passed here, it would only be 3 years on Tianhuang mainland. This was equivalent to stealing the heavenly secrets. Of course, if Su Zimo was here, time would definitely leave a mark on him. In other words, although only 3 years would have passed on Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo would have spent 1,000 years of his lifespan here. One had to pay a price if they wanted to steal the heavenly secrets. Let's begin. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and exchanged glances with the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant. 2 divine lights burst forth from the eyes of the stone statue and entered Su Zimo's eyes as a long-lost cultivation technique gradually entered his mind. Deep at night, at the intersection of the North region and the Middle Continent, in a vast forest, ferocious beasts roamed and birds covered the skies. Countless ferocious beasts fought and let out deafening roars. Right then, 13 figures descended into the forest. The cries in the forest gradually subsided. Before long, silence ensued. All the ferocious beasts on the ground seemed to be stunned by a sinister aura and did not dare to make a single sound. Any demon beast with some cultivation would be extremely sharp towards danger. They knew that an unimaginably terrifying existence had arrived in the forest. This was a fear and suppression from the depths of their bloodlines. The bright moonlight shone on the 13 figures and shone with a faint green light, resembling ghosts in the night. The 13 figures wore green robes and large hoods that covered their faces. Even if someone was here, they would not be able to make out their appearances. Their leader was leaning on a white, creepy walking stick. It was dark under the hood, and there were 2 faint green lights shining from it. It was breathtaking, like ghost fires burning in a cemetery. Elder Scorpion, we've already arrived in the North region. Should we head straight to the Dragon Bone Valley? A figure asked softly. There's no rush. The cultivator named Elder Scorpion said slowly with a hoarse voice, the young master died in the Dragon Bone Valley, so we'll definitely head there. The dragon race has to be accountable for that. Pausing for a moment, Elder Scorpion said, for now, let's head elsewhere first. Where? 10,000 Goose Swamp. Elder Scorpion said, the young master followed a remnant of the witch race who was from Goose Sect. Now that the young master is dead, everyone from Goose Sect will have to die with him. Although Elder Scorpion's tone was calm, his words were filled with killing intent. Those 13 figures were from the witch race of the primordial 9 races. Just as those witches were about to leave, a faint sound of crickets echoed from the forest beneath their feet. The face beneath Elder Scorpion's hood frowned, and he suddenly asked, you guys haven't left the ghost curse tomb before. It must be difficult holding it in, right? Yes. The witches behind him replied. Elder Scorpion said indifferently, the crickets in the forest are disturbing me. Attack and kill all the living beings in the forest. All right. The witches behind Elder Scorpion replied excitedly. An hour later, after the 13 witches left, the forest behind them was already strewn with corpses and rivers of blood with a torrential blood stench. Half a month later, at the 10,000 Gu swamp, the 13 witches descended. Everyone looked down at the charred ground beneath their feet and exclaimed softly. This was the place of Gu sect, but now it was reduced to a charred ruin, as though all living beings were burned to ashes by a fire. How could this be? Someone destroyed Gu sect before us. Elder Scorpion released his spirit consciousness and scanned for a long time. There were no signs of life within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Elder Scorpion descended and passed through the charred ground, arriving at a dried-up pool underground. He sniffed and narrowed his eyes. It's the aura of a divine spring. Unfortunately, someone else got their hands on it first. A witch said softly, "What happened here? What has the fire here got to do with the young master?" A few witches frowned and asked, "Let me take a look." Elder Scorpion extended a withered arm from his wide sleeves and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Finally, he tapped his glabella and spat out a strange word. A sinister energy, fluctuation, spread out. It was as though time was reversing in front of Elder Scorpion. The ruins vanished and countless structures of Gu sect were erected once more, revealing the 10,000 Gu swamp. Such methods were truly shocking. He saw a huge fire. A green-robed cultivator conjured hand seals and released terrifying flames that burned hundreds of kilometers into the distance, burning the Gu worms in the 10,000 Gu swamp to death. He merely glanced at the cultivator briefly. That was because he was completely drawn in by another scene. He saw an extremely terrifying figure that could not have existed in this world. Chapter 1192, Scale. Chapter 1192, Scale. Pissed. Elder Scorpion's heart skipped a beat and he gasped. His palm trembled and the dermic art that he had just conjured dissipated instantly. How was that possible? How could a bloodline from that race still exist? Elder Scorpion's eyes were filled with shock and his aura was unstable. Elder, what happened? Sensing the abnormality in Elder Scorpion, a witch hurried forward and asked softly. Elder Scorpion closed his eyes and remained silent, merely panting slowly to compose himself. Was he seeing things? He was still in disbelief as he recalled what he had seen. The dermic art he released earlier on was incomplete and was close to a divine power. Even with his capabilities, he could only rely on the remnant memories of this place to trace back to what happened. It was already impossible for him to release that dermic art again and catch a clear glimpse of that terrifying figure. He could only recall through his memories. There was no mistake. Even if he was in a daze and did not manage to catch sight of that figure clearly, there was no way he could be mistaken about the aura that came from the primordial era. Even after the sands of time had passed, the aura emitted by that figure still gave him shudders. It was a shuddering feeling. It was like a rat meeting a cat. Even if he wanted to resist, he could not. To his relief, the figure had yet to truly grow. Elder Scorpion's expression darkened. Still worried, he released his spirit consciousness and scanned the surroundings carefully. He did not miss out on anything, even beneath the scorched earth and cracks of the ruins. A long time later, his body shuddered and he arrived beside a ruin of rocks in a flash. Waving his sleeves, he sent many rocks above flying, creating a huge pit. Thereafter, he bent down and removed his hood, revealing a pair of ghastly green eyes that glared the huge pit before him. There was nothing else there but a black scale lying quietly. Even though it was buried by the ruins, the scale was still shiny without any scratches. It was only when he saw the scale that Elder Scorpion was certain that the bloodline still existed. Furthermore, it was growing stealthily. This was a huge matter. The death of the young master caused a huge stir in the witch race. However, if word of this were to spread, the entire witch race would explode. Elder Scorpion, what's wrong? A witch walked forward and stuck his head out, asking curiously. Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness moved, and he put away the scale instantly. He had no intention of telling the younger generation of the witch race behind him about this for the time being, lest they panic. "It's fine," he replied casually without batting an eyelid. "Where should we go next?" The witch asked again. "Dragonbone Valley." Initially, Elder Scorpion wanted to make use of the secret skill of the witch race to trace the aura left behind by the young master and check out where the latter had been. However, since this discovery, he could only change his plan at the last minute. They would head to the Dragonbone Valley right away to resolve that matter as soon as possible before returning to the sect. Without hesitation, Elder Scorpion ordered, and everyone from the witch race stood up to leave. 3 days later, Dragonbone Valley. The dragon True Body was cultivating in seclusion within its lair. The spirit refinement technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Yin and Yang spirit sections, came from the Dragon King Desolate Ocean. The words of the dragon race within were difficult to understand. Prior to this, Su Zimo's cultivation speed was extremely slow, and he stumbled. However, after coming to the dragon race, he learned the dragon race's language and cultivated some basic aura cultivation techniques of the dragon race. Many of the confusion in the Yin and Yang spirit sections were easily resolved. It now took him half the effort to cultivate the 2 cultivation techniques. In the span of a mere 11 years in the Dragonbone Valley, Su Zimo's cultivation had improved tremendously, and he was even at the perfected void reversion realm. This day, Su Zimo was awakened by a voice transmission. He had already instructed that nobody was to disturb his seclusion if nothing major happened within the clan. Now that someone was calling for him, it meant that something major had happened to the dragon race. Su Zimo pushed the doors open and walked out. Long she was standing at the entrance with an anxious expression. When she saw Su Zimo come out, she said hurriedly, "Not good, the witch race has arrived." "Which race?" A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The reason why the witch race came to the dragon race at this time should be because of the young master of the witch race. Long she continued, "I heard that the mighty figure of the witch race leading them has terrifying combat strength and has been famous for a long time. He's older than most of the elders in the race. Many elders of the race are receiving them at the Divine Dragon Hall, and they want you to join them." "I've got it." Su Zimo nodded and was about to move. "Long Zhuyu." Long she hesitated for a moment and instructed, "Be careful when you're in the hall. Don't go against this mighty figure of the witch race." "What's wrong?" Su Zimo raised his brow and asked instead, "As the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, would the witch race dare to attack and kill me in the Dragonbone Valley?" Long she shook her head. "That won't happen. Don't worry, the dragon race protects their own. The elders will definitely protect you." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, a young master of the witch race with a noble status has died after all. It's not easy to explain this matter either. You might have to suffer a little, but it'll pass after a while." Su Zimo nodded and did not say anything more, heading to the Divine Dragon Hall with Long Shi. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Even before he entered the hall, Su Zimo already felt waves of pressure. On the main seat opposite the entrance sat 5 figures with powerful auras. They were elders of the 5 lineages of the dragon race. The arrival of the 5 elders was clear proof of how highly they regarded the witch race. Among them was Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, who held Su Zimo in high regards. The other 4 elders looked familiar as well. The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage was Long Zhong. Prior to this, he tried to force Su Zimo to hand over Baron and the reverse scale, secret skills. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. At that moment, Long Zhong's expression was grim as he glared at Su Zimo coldly and harumphed. A figure sat at the bottom right of the 5 elders. He was extremely young and wore green-blue armor. With a burning gaze and a straight back, he sat there with a mighty aura that could almost match the 5 elders. Young dragons like Long, she could only stand in the divine dragon hall. However, this dragon was not only sitting. Furthermore, his seat was only beneath the 5 elders. That was because he was the number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking and the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, Longsong. Opposite him, an old man in green robes sat to the left of the 5 elders. The old man's hair was thin, and he wielded a white walking stick in his left hand. His cheeks were gaunt, and his eyes were deep with a green glint. The most prominent feature of the witch race was their green eyes. The deeper the green color, the purer the bloodline of the witch race. Behind the old witch stood 12 juniors of the witch race. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. That was because, apart from those people, there was another person lying in the middle of the hall. However, it was a dead man. It was the young master of the witch race. Chapter 1193, Confrontation in the Hall. Chapter 1193, Confrontation in the Hall. The moment Su Zimo appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, he attracted gazes. The eyes of the dozens of witches were filled with hostility and killing intent. Su Zimo believed that if they were not in the Dragonbone Valley, those witches might have charged forward and torn him into pieces. The old man from the witch race who was sitting turned over, and his green eyes suddenly rippled. He narrowed his gaze and glared at Su Zimo's face. He seemed to have seen that appearance somewhere before. The old man from the witch race pondered for a moment, and a thought flashed through his mind. 10,000 Goosewamp. The cultivator who released the flames. When he used his secret skill to retrace the past, he vaguely remembered that the green-robed cultivator looked like this. Of course, he was not certain either. After all, he had merely caught a fleeting glance, and his attention was drawn over by another terrifying figure. Furthermore, he vaguely remembered that the cultivator had green robes and black hair. However, the person before him was clad in blazing battle armor and had shoulder-length scarlet hair. Their auras were completely different as well. "Who are you?" The old man of the witch race asked slowly. "He's Long Zhu, the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 stood up and nodded to Su Zimo, reassuring the latter. He introduced, "This is Elder Scorpion of the witch race. In that case, you were the one who killed our young master." Elder Scorpion asked. "Yes." Su Zimo entered the hall fearlessly. "Why did you set the 10,000 Goosewamp on fire?" Elder Scorpion glared at Su Zimo fixedly and suddenly changed the topic. The questioning technique was extremely ingenious. He did not ask if Su Zimo had been to the 10,000 Goosewamp. Instead, he asked directly why Su Zimo set the 10,000 Goo swamp on fire. It would give Su Zimo the illusion that he already knew everything. If Su Zimo had been to the 10,000 Goo swamp and set the fire, his expression would definitely reveal flaws, and his mind would waver. Unfortunately, the one who had been to the 10,000 Goo swamp was the Green Lotus True Body. His dragon True Body did not know about that matter. When he heard Elder Scorpion's sudden question, Su Zimo was stunned and could not react in time. Noticing the slight change in Su Zimo's expression, Elder Scorpion could not help but wonder internally, could I have thought too much? "Elder Scorpion, what are you talking about?" Illumination Dragon Elder 4 asked with a frown, puzzled. Elder Scorpion turned to look at the elder of the 5 lineages in the middle and pointed at Su Zimo. "Did he leave the Dragonbone Valley a year ago?" "Absolutely not." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 shook his head in denial. The elders of the other 4 dragon lineages shook their heads as well. Even if the Horned Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, had some animosity towards Su Zimo. He had to admit that the latter had been in the Dragon Bone Valley for the past few years. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult for any dragon to want to leave the valley. Su Zimo was not qualified. Elder Scorpion nodded and let the matter go for the time being. There were no emotions on his bark-like face. Without any warning, he turned around once more. There was a strange power in his eyes that seemed to penetrate Su Zimo's body and strike his Dao heart. Su Zimo was expressionless, but his heart skipped a beat. The witch race specialized in beguiling techniques. This was the first time he had seen a technique that could break a cultivator's Dao heart with a single glance. This was indeed a secret skill of the witch race. If a cultivator's Dao heart was slightly imperfect, there was a high chance that their foundation would waver against that gaze, and they might even end up losing their mind in their future cultivation. If a cultivator's Dao heart had any flaws, that gaze would be able to destroy their minds completely. That power was almost impossible to detect and defend against. Unfortunately, although Su Zimo's body possessed the bloodline of the dragon race, his Dao heart was the same. It was unshakable, and even the three tribulations domain could not sway it. The strange power descended and dissipated without causing any ripples on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo's expression was calm and composed. A hint of surprise flickered through Elder Scorpion's eyes briefly. It seemed as though nothing had happened throughout the process. However, those with sharper eyes were clear that Su Zimo had just experienced immense danger. If he did not deal with it correctly, the best outcome would be for his Dao heart to waver and his cultivation to be stuck in the future. If it was bad, there was a high chance that his Dao heart would have collapsed on the spot. Illumination Dragon Elder broke out in cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Scorpion merely cast a single glance this time round. Even then, Elder 4 could not even stop the former. Furthermore, that power was untraceable, and he did not know how he should interfere even if he wanted to. Thankfully, Su Zimo defended himself. Illumination Dragon Elder 4's expression darkened. Elder Scorpion, as a conjoint body expert, don't you think that it's shameful for you to attack a junior of the dragon race? Elder Scorpion chuckled dryly. It's just a small test. If this junior can't defend against it, he can only blame his shallow cultivation. That's easy for you to say. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sneered. If he failed to defend, there was a high chance his cultivation would have been crippled by you. That warmed Su Zimo's heart. No matter what, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 truly had his best intentions at heart. Furthermore, he had caused huge trouble by killing the young master of the witch race. The fact that Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was so domineering when the witch race came to question him was proof of how much the Illumination Dragon lineage valued him. That's enough. The horned dragon elder, Long Zhong, waved his hand. We called this lad here because we have important matters to discuss. Don't harp on this matter. Furthermore, isn't he fine? The elders of the other 3 lineages nodded as well. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 harumphed and said nothing more. Elder Scorpion chuckled but did not let it go. Instead, he glared at Illumination Dragon Elder 4 and asked, So what if he's crippled? Our young master of the witch race is already dead. Which of you dragons is going to pay for this blood debt? It did not matter which of the primordial 9 races it was. The death of a young master was a monumental event. Even the death of an ordinary clansman of the primordial 9 races could bring about a calamity. The might of the wrath of the primordial 9 races was clear judging from the catastrophe that befell the great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago. If this matter was not handled properly, there was a high chance that the dragon and witch race would end up on bad terms. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said in a deep voice, There's more to this matter. Furthermore, your young master of the witch race was the one who released an essence, spirit, secret skill on Long Zhu first. Long Zhu was forced to retaliate before killing him by accident. It was definitely not intentional. Oh, Elder Scorpion said coolly, not intentional? That's easy for you to say. Is the dragon race implying that our young master of the witch race deserved to die? Elder Scorpion, there's no need to get angry. The blue dragon elder said. The elders of the 5 lineages still took the blue dragon elder as the leader. The blue dragon elder pondered for a moment. Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage did not mean that. He merely said that this should be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Elder Scorpion stood up slowly with a dark expression. The young master of the witch race came to your dragon race as a guest, but was killed here by someone from your dragon race. Are you telling me now that this is a misunderstanding? The most amusing thing is that the explanation of your dragon race is that our young master of the witch race attacked this lad first. In that case, let me ask you, why would our young master come to the Dragon Bone Valley to kill a dragon? Chapter 1194, Challenge. Chapter 1194, Challenge. This. The blue dragon elder shook his head. We don't know either. Although they knew about the conflict between Su Zimo and the young master of the witch race, they did not know why the latter attacked him. Su Zimo was probably the only one who knew the reason behind it. Long Tsang glanced sideways at Su Zimo deeply. He had already noticed that something was amiss back then, and it was not surprising that the witch race elder thought about it. Elder Scorpion said, "This is the Dragon Bone Valley. Even a fool knows what will happen if he attacks a dragon. Did my young master go mad and wanted to court death? Is the dragon race going to use such a ridiculous reason to dodge the question?" Illumination Dragon Elder 4 took a deep breath and said, "Although it sounds ridiculous, there were many dragons present at the time, and everyone saw it clearly." Would I believe such words? Elder Scorpion sneered. This means that you're telling me that the young master of my race came all the way to Dragon Bone Valley to commit suicide. We are all part of the primordial 9 races, and you are all reasonable people. He continued indifferently, I'd like to ask everyone if you would let the young master of the dragon race run to our race's ghost-cursed tomb and die there for no reason. Would you let things go if we gave you such an explanation? The elders of the 5 lineages exchanged glances without saying anything. The blue dragon elder pondered for a moment. Elder Scorpion, now that things have come to this, there won't be any outcome even if we insist on our claims. What do you want? Why don't you say it? My race's young master died. Naturally, the murderer has to pay with his life. Elder Scorpion said slowly, That's impossible. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 denied flatly. Elder Scorpion opened his mouth and revealed a few lone yellow teeth. The fact that we're only asking the dragon race to repay the death of our young master with a single life is already the most we can compromise. If the young master had died outside, it won't be enough even if millions of living beings were buried with him. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 shook his head. Don't even think about it. Long Zhu is the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage and will definitely not pay with his life. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines. As a junior of the dragon race, he did not have the chance to speak either. Right from the beginning, it was Illumination Dragon Elder 4 who protected him and fought against Elder Scorpion without being disadvantaged. Interesting. Elder Scorpion glanced at Su Zimo and sniffed in the air before saying with a fake smile, If I'm not wrong, the dragon blood in Long Zhu's body is not pure at all. The expressions of the elders of the 5 lineages changed slightly. That was indeed the truth. Up till now, Su Zimo was still unable to conjure a complete dragon form. Elder Scorpion said, The dragon race has already fallen so badly. To think that a remnant beast with an impure bloodline would become a young master. The moment he said that, the elders of the 5 lineages looked terrible. The horned dragon elder, Long Zhong, harumphed coldly. That's a matter of the Illumination Dragon lineage. There's no such situation among the other 4 dragon lineages. In that case, what's wrong with sacrificing the life of a remnant beast with an impure bloodline for our young master? Elder Scorpion said, Why? Is there really no one else from the Illumination Dragon lineage that you have to depend on this remnant beast? The elders of the blue, winged, and hornless dragon lineages did not say anything. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing inappropriate about using a remnant of the dragon race in exchange for a friendship with the witch race and ending this conflict. It was definitely worth it. However, this remnant of the dragon race was different. Firstly, he was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Secondly, he was the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Most importantly, the Illumination Dragon lineage thought highly of this lad. Whether or not they would accede to the request depended on the Illumination Dragon lineage. Therefore, the elders of the 3 lineages said nothing. However, the Horned Dragon elder, Long Zhong, was tempted. In my opinion, no. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 could already read Long Zhong's mind and rejected him before he could finish. The witch race can discuss any compensation and conditions they want. However, he's the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. It's impossible for him to die. Illumination Dragon Elder 4's tone was resolute and unquestionable. The situation was in a stalemate. Elder Scorpion's expression darkened completely as well. Long Tsang did not say anything the entire time. It was not that he was not qualified. He possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon, and his status in the hall was almost on par with the elders of the 5 lineages. The reason why he did not say anything was because he did not agree with Elder Scorpion's suggestion either. The life of the young master of the witch race was precious. However, the lives of those of the dragon race were not cheap either. It was impossible to repay a life with a life. Although he declared that he wanted to suppress Su Zimo, deep in his heart he thought highly of the latter. In fact, he even wanted Su Zimo to grow before he defeated the latter. I am Wu Jie, and I have a doubt. Right then, a witch stood out from behind Elder Scorpion. The person named Wu Jie had a dark expression and a cold gaze. He looked at Su Zimo and asked, You're just a bastard with an impure bloodline. Your cultivation realm is only at the void reversion realm, the same level as my young master. I want to know how a bastard child like you managed to kill our young master in a single move. Someone had long reported the situation to the witch race. That was the reason why Wu Jie said that. Elder Scorpion did not stop him, as though he was waiting for an answer as well. In his opinion, that was impossible as well. From what he knew, the young master of the witch race still had protection talismans and other treasures. How could he be killed in a single move? Furthermore, both of them were at the void reversion realm. The reason why the young master of the witch race could become the young master was because he was invincible among his peers and had terrifying combat strength. How could he be killed so easily? What are you trying to say? Su Zimo asked with a calm expression. Wu Jie declared loudly, I'm saying that if you can't provide an answer, it will mean that it was a deliberate attempt by the dragon race to kill our young master. That was a huge accusation. The witch race could start a war against the dragon race because of this. You want an answer? It's simple. Su Zimo said indifferently, Your young master was weak and was killed by me in a single move. Bullshit! Wu Jie pointed at Su Zimo and hollered, Bastard, there's no way you can hurt our young master. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Elder Scorpion's attack that struck his Dao heart without warning earlier on had already aroused his killing intent. Now that Wu Jie did not know what was good for him and scolded him as a bastard, his killing intent intensified. There were not many people who dared to speak to him like that after he established his Dao. Wu Jie stood out and glared at Su Zimo, saying slowly, I'm also at the void reversion realm. Since you're so powerful, how about we fight to the death? It doesn't matter. Let's see what you've got that can kill our young master in a single move. Elder Scorpion remained silent and did not express anything. It was clear that he acknowledged the matter. Chapter 1195. The Dragon Race Must Not Bow Down. Chapter 1195. The Dragon Race Must Not Bow Down. Elder Scorpion praised internally. Although Wu Jie's challenge seemed reckless, it was actually a win-win situation. Wu Jie was one of the top paragons of the Void Reversion realm in the clan. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified to accompany Elder Scorpion and travel outside. If both parties were to fight, it would be best if Wu Jie could take the opportunity to kill Long Zhu. That would be revenge for the young master. If the two of them were in a stalemate, he could stand out and accuse the dragon race after a few rounds. If Long Zhu could not even suppress Wu Jie within a few rounds, how could he kill the young master of the witch race? The dragon race schemed against the young master of the witch race and even hid the truth intentionally. If those two facts were true, it would be enough for the witch race to wage war. At that time, there was no way the dragon race would wage war against the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast. Is there a need for a life and death battle? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 frowned slightly and asked. Elder Scorpion asked with a fake smile, "This is an affair between the juniors. What are you worried about? Feeling guilty?" "Huh." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 roared in laughter and cursed the latter as an idiot internally. He was worried. However, he was not worried about Su Zimo. Instead, he was worried that Wu Jie would be killed by Su Zimo with a single move. At that time, if another witch were to die in this hall in front of everyone, the situation might turn even worse. Since the dragon race has no objections, there are some things we have to make clear beforehand. Elder Scorpion said in a deep voice, "Since it's a fight between the younger generation as seniors, there's no need for us to interfere. What do you guys think?" "Of course." The blue dragon Elder nodded. "All right." Elder Scorpion glanced sideways. "Wu Jie, go on." Wu Jie walked out slowly with an arrogant expression and shouted at Su Zimo, "Bastard, why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid?" "Don't be hasty." Su Zimo smiled gently. "I'll send you on your way right now to meet your young master." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo's blood chi burst forth, and he arrived before Wu Jie in a flash with a torrential aura, as though a god of death had descended. Wu Jie's expression changed starkly. He had not expected Su Zimo to be this strong and possess such ferocious speed that the voids trembled wherever he passed. It was too fast. How terrifying was Su Zimo's blood chi and physique. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and fusing it with dragon blood, a full power burst could cover dozens of feet in an instant. The moment Wu Jie relaxed his guard in the hall, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Poof! A single punch. Wu Jie's head exploded on the spot, and his essence spirit was destroyed. Long Tsang's eyelids twitched. Apart from Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, the other 4 elders were stunned as well. Elder Scorpion was about to sit back on his chair and watch the battle properly. However, he did not expect that the battle would end before he even sat down. Wu Jie, who was still alive earlier on, had turned into a headless corpse. Elder Scorpion planned everything. In fact, he was prepared for how he was going to interfere if Wu Jie was disadvantaged. However, he had not expected Wu Jie to be killed in a single round. Or rather, this could only be considered as half a round, and Wu Jie did not even manage to retaliate. In reality, if he were to increase the distance between them, Wu Jie would be on guard, and it would be difficult for him to be killed in a single move unless Su Zimo used any major killing moves. Wu Jie possessed the bloodline of the witch race, after all. As long as he attacked with his full strength and released many secret skills of the witch race, he would be able to defend against Su Zimo's attacks. Alas, he no longer had a chance. If he said that he would kill with a single move, he would definitely make sure there was no need for a second attack. Elder Scorpion glared at Su Zimo coldly. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 came to Su Zimo's side and shielded him. I just reminded you not to engage in any life and death battles. Elder Scorpion closed his eyes for a long time before letting out a long breath. Dragon Race, aren't you going to give me an explanation? What explanation do you want? Who can you blame if that person wants to die? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sneered. Elder Scorpion shook his head. I don't care about the process. I only know that the young master of my race died in your Dragon Bone Valley for no reason. I came to demand an explanation, yet you guys killed another of my clansmen. Everyone, what do you think the witch race will do if word of this spreads? Elder Scorpion said sternly, does the dragon race intend to wage war against the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast with an impure bloodline? Apart from Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, the elders of the other 4 lineages fell silent. The Horned Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, had a feud with Su Zimo to begin with. That was secondary. The elders of the other 3 lineages did not have much feelings towards Su Zimo either. Su Zimo had only entered the Dragon Bone Valley for 11 years. Was it worth it to wage war against the witch race for a remnant beast that merely entered the Dragon Bone Valley 11 years ago? That was ridiculous. Although the dragon race was indeed protective of their own, they would not be so unwise. Actually, Long Zhu's bloodline is impure, and he did not have the chance to enter the Dragon Bone Valley initially. Long Zhong said, we already did him a huge favor allowing him to cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley. Who knew what he would go on to get into big trouble again? There's truly no reason for us to have bad blood with the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast. The Blue Dragon, Winged Dragon, and Hornless Dragon Elders were tempted as well. Bullshit! Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had a fiery temper and shouted. Even if his bloodline is impure, he's still the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. No one can let him die. Illumination Elder 4, do you think you can shoulder the responsibility of implicating the entire dragon race because of a remnant beast? Long Zhong shouted. Fuck your mother. Do you want to fight? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 cursed. You. Long Zhong soared up with a murderous aura as well. Interesting, interesting. Elder Scorpion rubbed his palms and laughed. The fact that the dragon race can fight because of a remnant beast is truly a rare sight for the primordial 9 races. All right, both of you quiet down. You'll be a joke to others. The Blue Dragon Elder frowned. After a moment of silence, he glanced sideways and asked, Long Tsang, what do you think? No. Long Tsang glanced at Su Zimo and said firmly, he's not an ordinary remnant. He's the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking. How can he be used to repay a life? The dragon race must not bow down. As a 5-clawed divine dragon, Long Tsang's words carried a lot of weight. Even if he was on opposing ends with Su Zimo, there were some things he was clear about. No matter what, you guys owe the witch race an explanation. Elder Scorpion said, our young master and another clansman died in the hands of a remnant beast. Does the dragon race want me to return empty-handed? The Blue Dragon Elder asked, what do you want? Elder Scorpion said indifferently, since that's the case, I'll take a compromise. Slay that person's right arm, and I'll take it back to the witch race with an explanation. The Blue Dragon Elder and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. A compromise on both parties with just a lost arm on Long Zhu. At the same time, a war with the witch race could be avoided. This was the best outcome that would please everyone. After all, the death of the young master of the witch race was no small matter. If the young master of the dragon race were to die in the witch race, the dragon race would not let things go so easily. This time round, even Illumination Dragon Elder Force said nothing. Chapter 1196, A Desperate Move. Chapter 1196, A Desperate Move. At this point, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 could no longer persist. Using an arm in exchange for the life of the young master of the witch race and avoiding a war, that was the best solution. Child, you'll have to suffer. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and sighed helplessly. The Blue Dragon Elder said, Long Zhu, sever your arm. Go back and recuperate well thereafter. If there's nothing else, don't come out for now. You want my arm? Su Zimo smiled and said slowly no. The expressions of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others changed. The current situation was already the best they could do for Long Zhu. It would be ungrateful of him if he was still unsatisfied. Long Zhong sneered, This is not up to you. Don't forget who you are. The Hornless Dragon Elder shook his head gently and said in a gentle voice, Child, don't worry. Although losing an arm will affect your combat strength somewhat, you won't encounter any life and death dangers in the Dragon Bone Valley. As long as you continue cultivating and advance to the conjoint body realm, you will naturally be able to regrow your arm. I understand that. Su Zimo nodded and changed the topic. However, it's impossible if you want my arm. The divine phoenix bone was in his right arm. How could he sever it and give it to the witch race? Interesting. Elder Scorpion laughed. In my opinion, that lad's bloodline is impure, and he can be considered as someone from a foreign race. He doesn't care about the safety of the dragon race at all. The reason why he did that was most likely because he wanted to sow grudges between our two races. Those words were meant to kill. Apart from Illumination Dragon Elder 4, the other elders of the dragon race had odd expressions. Everyone had to be wary of anyone that wasn't of the same race as them. Even if they did not believe it now, the seeds of doubt would be planted. Furthermore, Su Zimo's background was unknown and was suspicious to begin with. The methods of the witch race were not limited to fighting. Even through words, they carried killing potential. Long Zhong said coldly, I knew that something was off with you when you refused to hand over the secret skills previously. Now, you're even trying to go against the orders of us elders. If you won't sever your arm, I'll do it personally. Long Zhong strode forward and released the terrifying might of a conjoint body, grabbing towards Su Zimo's right arm. Bang! A figure darted in and punched Long Zhong's palm. Long Zhong took 2 steps back. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was the one who interjected in time in front of Su Zimo. Illumination Elder 4, what are you doing? How dare you protect this lad still? Long Zhong glared and hollered. The Blue Dragon Elder frowned slightly as well. Illumination Elder 4, you're too protective of him. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 knew very well that he could no longer deal with the current situation. After a long silence, he said, I have to inform the Grand Elder of the Illumination Dragon lineage about this before I can make a decision. Is there a need to alarm the Grand Elder for such a small matter? The Winged Dragon Elder shook his head in disappointment as well. The Grand Elders of the 5 lineages were the most experienced existences of the dragon race and had noble statuses. They would not appear easily. Long Zhu, don't make things difficult for others. At that moment, Long Tsong stood out as well. Su Zimo smiled. The dragon race must not bow down. How can you forget what you just said in the blink of an eye? Long Tsong said in a deep voice, This is not bowing down. This is merely a step back. Oh, Su Zimo asked instead, if it was you, would you agree to having your arm severed? Fu. Long Tsong smiled. Long Zhu, you've disappointed me. You have decent talent and immense potential, but you're not qualified to compare to me. Pausing for a moment, he declared proudly, I can tell you that I won't sever my arm or even a single finger. Furthermore, there won't be any dragon that's qualified to have me sever my arm. That's because I'm the young master of the dragon race and will reign over the 5 lineages. I remember that you're not one yet. Su-Zimo smiled gently. Is there a difference? Long Tsang said indifferently, I'm the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, the number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking. Once the ceremony of the race is held, I will be conferred the title of young master. The difference is merely ceremonial. That was the truth. Almost every dragon, including the elders, had already acknowledged Long Tsang as the young master of the dragon race. However, according to the rules, the conferment of the title would have to wait till the ceremony of the dragon race took place, where there would be a fight within the race to determine the young master. However, there was no one in this generation who could threaten Long Tsang's status. In fact, no dragon would even bother to fight him at the dragon race ceremony and cause trouble for themselves. Therefore, there was indeed merely a ceremonial difference before Long Tsang was conferred the title of the young master. Su-Zimo said, In other words, if I'm the young master of the dragon race, you guys won't be qualified to have me sever my arm. Long Tsang roared in laughter. Good, you want to challenge me. I admire your courage. But unfortunately, you're not qualified. You can consider fighting for the position of the young master of the dragon race after you cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm. You're still far from that. According to the rules of the dragon race, fights could only be fought within the same cultivation realm. Su-Zimo was at the void reversion realm, while Long Tsang was at the Dharma characteristic realm. Dharma characteristic realm. Su-Zimo focused his gaze and said slowly, It's not completely impossible. He had already cultivated to the perfected void reversion realm, and it was unlikely for him to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm within a short period of time. However, there was a high chance of success in the Dragon Bone Valley with external help. A look of determination flashed through Su-Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, Elder 4, please take me to the ancestral dragon divine pillar. I want to be baptized by it. Ah! A series of cries sounded from the dragons. How is that possible? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 denied as well. The ancestral dragon divine pillar was a mythical object that originated from the primordial era in the Dragon Bone Valley and contained a terrifyingly pure power. Every dragon had a chance to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and their physical and bloodline powers would increase tremendously, awakening their innate divine powers. However, there was a prerequisite. The dragon race had to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm first. It did not mean that one could not accept it at the void reversion realm. It was because the body of a void reversion could not withstand the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The baptism was extremely terrifying. Even the physique of a dragon would explode instantly. Back then, Long Tsang only underwent the baptism after entering the Dharma characteristic realm as well. Most importantly, there was no need for the dragon race to take such a huge risk and undergo the ancestral dragon's baptism in advance. However, the situation that Su-Zimo was in right now did not give him much time. If he wanted to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible, he would have to take the risk. Furthermore, Su-Zimo believed that although the other dragons could not do it, his body and bloodline that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness could withstand the ancestral dragon divine pillar. He had that thought long ago. However, at this point of the situation, he was even more convinced of that thought. The reason why Su-Zimo wanted to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm was not only to challenge Long Tsang and resolve the current crisis. More importantly, he had a feeling that the Yang spirit section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was not the final section. You might have left something else behind. The only way for him to find out was to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm. Chapter 1197, Baptism. Chapter 1197, Baptism. Long Zhu, are you sure? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had a grim expression as he whispered, "The ancestral dragon's baptism is extraordinary and must not be joked about. If you can't withstand it." Although he did not continue, the meaning behind his words was clear. Long Tsang frowned slightly as well and said in a deep voice, "Long Zhu, you had better calm down. If you take a step back now, you'll only lose an arm. However, you will lose your life if you're unable to endure the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar." Although Long Tsang's words were unpleasant, it was out of goodwill. However, Su Zimo had already made up his mind and shook his head. When he saw that, Illumination Dragon Elder for no longer tried to persuade him. Interesting. Elder Scorpion did not continue pushing and smiled faintly. "That's perfect. I'll be a witness as well to see how strong this generation's young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage is. Everyone, let's go." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 looked at the Blue Dragon Elder and the others and said, "A single elder of the dragon race won't be enough to activate the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. There had to be at least 5. Everyone headed towards the center of the Dragon Bone Valley. "Long Zhu, you were a little rash." Long, she was worried. The baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar won't be so easy to endure. Some dragons fail even after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. Since things have come to this, I can only give it a shot. Su Zimo smiled calmly with a relaxed expression. Before long, the news that Long Zhu was about to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar spread through the entire Dragon Bone Valley. What? Long Zhu is going to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar? Isn't he at the void reversion realm? Could he have broken through? Impossible. Look, he's still the top of the hidden dragon ranking. Long Zhu has gone mad. He's going to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar at the void reversion realm. When the news spread, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and caused an uproar. Almost all the dragons that were not in seclusion were alarmed and moved one after another, rushing towards the ancestral dragon divine pillar in the central region. Before long, more than 1,000 dragons were gathered around the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and they were densely packed with voices. The ancestral dragon divine pillar stood upright in the skies. Grayish-white in color, it gave off an ancient aura and was located right in the middle of the Dragon Bone Valley. It could be said that the valley and the habitat of the dragon race was built around the ancestral dragon divine pillar. It was clear how much this pillar meant to the dragon race. Legend has it that the stone pillar came from the mortal world and had existed since the primordial era. There was even an ancestral dragon spirit within the stone pillar. It was the lifelike 5-clawed divine dragon etched on the stone pillar. Of course, there were many other legends about the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Around the ancestral dragon divine pillar was a spacious, 5-pointed stone platform. At that moment, Su Zimo stood on the stone platform beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar with a calm expression and a resolute gaze. In the 5 corners of the stone platform, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 and the other 5 dragon elders stood still. Long Zhu, have you decided? It's not too late to regret now. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said sternly, "Once the baptism begins, even we can't stop it. If you meet with danger, no one will be able to save you." "Thank you for your concern, Elder. I've made up my mind." Su Zimo nodded. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's begin." The elders of the 5 lineages exchanged glances and conjured hand seals respectively, spitting out obscure words that possessed a strange power that shook the ancestral dragon divine pillar. That was a language unique to the dragon race. The 5 elders cut their fingertips at the same time and squeezed out a drop of blood. Fusing it into their hand seals, it formed a blood beam that entered the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The ancestral dragon divine pillar could only be activated with the bloodline of the dragon race as a medium and a secret skill. None of the dragons present were unfamiliar with it. They had been in the Dragonbone Valley for countless years and had witnessed the ancestral dragon divine pillar opening countless times. However, this was extremely novel to the witches. A witch whispered, "Elder Scorpion, do you think Long Zhu will be able to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon pillar successfully?" "Phoo!" Elder Scorpion sneered. "Absolutely impossible." "Haven't you heard? Even that 5-clawed divine dragon was only baptized after reaching the Dharma characteristic realm. This lad's bloodline is impure. Can he compare to a 5-clawed divine dragon?" Another witch explained, "What if Long Zhu is the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage after all?" The witch said. This time round, Elder Scorpion said nothing. However, he sent a voice transmission secretly with his spirit consciousness. "Even if that lad manages to survive, I'll be able to cripple him without anyone knowing given my capabilities." With Elder Scorpion's words, the many witches no longer had any worries. "Activate." Right then, the elders of the 5 lineages shouted at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, the ancestral dragon divine pillar vibrated with a loud bang. Right in front of everyone, one of the divine dragon's claws lit up beneath its abdomen, as though it was burning with flames. Immediately after, divine dragons blazing with flames burst forth from the stone pillars and filled the skies. At a glance, they were dense and emitted a terrifying might. That scene was extremely shocking. It was all right for the dragons present. Most of them had seen this before. However, the witches looked somewhat pale. The divine dragons, blazing with scarlet flames, circled in midair for a moment before lowering their heads and charging toward Suzimo, who was beneath the stone pillar. Those divine dragons were formed from the dragon chi in the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The so-called baptism was the infusion of dragon chi into one's body. The dragon chi would constantly refine and nourish the body and bloodline of the dragon race, causing their combat strength to increase exponentially. Under normal circumstances, if an illumination dragon were to undergo the baptism, he would awaken the dragon chi of the illumination dragon lineage. A winged dragon would awaken the dragon chi of the winged dragon lineage. Of course, that was not absolute. If there was a dragon with exceptional talent and a pure and powerful bloodline, the ancestral dragon divine pillar would naturally sense it and awaken even more dragon chi. For example, Long Tsang possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon, and the ancestral dragon divine pillar released as much dragon chi as the 5 lineages. Although the scene before them was shocking, in reality, it was merely the awakening of a single lineage's dragon chi. That was because only a single claw of the 5-clawed divine dragon etched on the stone pillar lit up. Instantly, countless scarlet divine dragons swooped down and surged into Suzimo's body from all directions. A massive scorching power exploded within his body. Suzimo grunted and his body swayed. That power was way too domineering and pure, almost burning every single inch of his flesh. Bang! Boom! Boom! Suzimo channeled his bloodline, and a tsunami surged, attempting to contain that power. However, he turned into a gigantic flaming man before long, and scarlet flames burst forth from his body. Under the baptism of the dragon chi, cracks appeared on his skin in a shocking manner. Chapter 1198 5 Lineage Dragon Chi. Chapter 1198 5 Lineage Dragon Chi. 15 minutes passed. The divine dragons blazing with scarlet flames in the skies were still endless and swooped down continuously. Su Zimo stood on the stone platform and endured the baptism of the illumination dragon chi. His body and bloodline were transforming rapidly. The baptism of the dragon chi and the blazing flames, this is going to be an extremely terrifying torture. Some illumination dragons had undergone the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar before. Therefore, they could empathize with that feeling and still had lingering fears. By the looks of it, Long Zhu won't be able to last long and will be burned to ashes. However, his body is truly strong as well. To think that he could last till now against the impact of the scarlet flame, divine dragons. Just as some of the dragons were discussing, the ancestral dragon, divine, pillar vibrated once more. Roar. Immediately after, a dragon roar sounded. Another claw lit up on the five-clawed, divine dragon on the stone pillar. The dragons were shocked. This was a sign that a second dragon lineage's chi had been awakened. True enough, after the dragon claw lit up, streaks of green light burst forth from the stone pillar. The moment they left the stone pillar, green divine dragons were formed and coiled in midair, communicating with the scarlet flame divine dragons. The green and scarlet divine dragons swooped down at Su Zimo at the same time. Long Zhu's bloodline is so strong. Long Zhu might not be able to withstand the awakening of a single lineage's dragon chi. Now that there are dragon chi of two lineages descending, he's definitely dead. The dragons discussed. When he saw that Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had mixed emotions. In the entire Dragonbone Valley, there were less than 10 people who were qualified to awaken dragon chi of two lineages. Naturally, it was good that he was able to awaken the dragon chi of two lineages. However, that also meant that Su Zimo would have to endure twice the impact and baptism of the dragon chi. How could a void reversion's body endure the terrifying power? It wasn't easy for our Illumination Dragon lineage to produce a monster incarnate. Is he going to be destroyed just like that? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 gripped his fists tightly and was extremely nervous. On the stone platform, Su Zimo was still holding on. The baptism of the dragon chi of two lineages was unable to cause devastating damage to his body and bloodline just yet. However, that pain was indeed arduous. His entire body hurt. The dragon chi had not only infiltrated his flesh and bloodline, but also his marrow and organs. Flesh and blood were incinerated, bones shattered, and organs melted. Immediately after, life was restored to him under his powerful regeneration capabilities, and the process repeated itself. As time passed, the figure that was surrounded by dragons on the stone platform was still standing. Could Long Zhu have survived this calamity? That thought flashed through the minds of the cultivators. All of a sudden, with a boom, the ancestral dragon divine pillar shook once more. Roar! Immediately after, a third dragon roar echoed through the entire Dragonbone Valley. The dragons were shocked. Under countless gazes, a third dragon claw lit up on the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Dragon chi of a third lineage had been awakened. This time round, it was not only the other dragons. Even the elders of the 5 lineages present were shocked. There were less than 10 dragons in the entire Dragonbone Valley who had awakened the dragon chi of 2 lineages. However, there was none who managed to awaken the dragon chi of 3 lineages. This meant that Long Zhu's bloodline talent was second only to the 5-clawed divine dragon who had awakened all 5 dragon lineages. Streaks of white light tore through the air and formed divine dragons that descended from the skies, entering Su Zimo's body. The dragon chi of 3 lineages descended at the same time. Su Zimo's body swayed unsteadily and his body trembled. However, he grit his teeth and endured it. Churning his blood chi, the The sound of tsunami surged within his body as he absorbed the power of the dragon chi of 3 dragon lineages to strengthen himself. He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness all year round and experienced the bone-piercing Yin wind and the pain of the karmic flames in the Tao inheritance ground. Later on, he received nourishment from the primordial divine spring. This body could be said to have been through countless hardships. How could it be defeated by the 3 dragon chi? In the depths of the illumination dragon lineage, in a cave deep in the mountains, a white-haired old man with a face full of wrinkles sat in a lotus position with a scarlet walking stick beside him, resting with his eyes closed. The old man was the grand elder of the illumination dragon lineage. Even when 2 dragon roars sounded from the ancestral dragon divine pillar, he was unmoved, as though he was petrified. However, he only opened his eyes when he heard the 3rd dragon roar. Nodding his head, he murmured, "Dragon chi of 3 lineages. Not bad." On the other side, in the depths of a cave in the blue dragon lineage, there were countless jewels and treasures. An old dragon with blue scales and beard was sprawled on it, snoring soundly. When he heard the 3rd dragon roar, the old dragon did not even open his eyes. He merely turned around and mumbled, "I wonder which cub is receiving the baptism. What a stir!" Before long, a 4th dragon roar sounded from the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The old dragon was motionless. After a brief pause, the old dragon suddenly transformed into his human form and leaped up from his spot. There was disbelief in his eyes, and there was no hint of drowsiness. He has actually awakened the dragon chi of 4 lineages. The old dragon looked in the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the barrier and descend there. He's at the void reversion realm. The old dragon was even more shocked. At that moment, the vicinity of the ancestral dragon divine pillar was already silent. No one spoke. All the dragons were fixated on the figure on the stone platform with dumbfounded expressions. Dragon chi of 4 lineages. For of the 5 claws on the ancestral dragon divine pillar were lit up. The dragon chi of the 4 lineages descended and struck Su Zimo's body. The dragon chi rampaged within his body and released a terrifying destructive power. Su Zimo could no longer stand as he knelt on the ground with his head lowered and a pale expression. His body was gradually expanding. It was as though there was a terrifying power within his body that was about to burst through his skin. At that time, he would definitely die, and even his essence spirit would not be able to avoid it. When he saw that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 turned around suddenly and glared at Elder Scorpion with hatred in his heart. If Su Zimo were to die here, Elder Scorpion would be the culprit. If not for Elder Scorpion's pressure, Su Zimo would not have received the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar at the void reversion realm. Elder Scorpion had a pleased expression and smiled, awaiting the final outcome quietly. On the stone platform, scarlet scales appeared one after another on Su Zimo's body. Under the impact of the dragon chi from 4 lineages, he was forced to undergo dragonification to increase the strength of his flesh. Of course, this dragonification was far from its peak. He merely grew some dragon scales. It was far from his dragonification in battle. Slowly, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo stood up from his spot, and his aura rose continuously. His gaze was burning, and the scarlet scales on his body burned with flames that were almost transparent and shone with a crystalline luster. He made it. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was delighted. Right then, a 5th dragon roar sounded. Pissed. The dragons gasped. On the ancestral dragon divine pillar, the 5 claws beneath the divine dragon's abdomen shone completely. dragon chi of all 5 lineages, descended. The smile on Elder Scorpion's face had vanished as well. What did the descent of dragon chi of 5 dragon lineages imply? Could another 5-clawed divine dragon be born from the dragon race? How is that possible? Long Zhong exclaimed. Long Tsang was initially sitting not far away with a calm expression. However, at that moment, he could not help but stand up. It was only at that moment that he realized he had a match. At the same time, the Dragonbone Valley shook and the dragons were shocked. Many elders of the dragon race appeared in the firmaments to witness this scene. Chapter 1199 Innate Divine Powers. Chapter 1199 Innate Divine Powers. Good. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder stood up and looked in the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar from the cave. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded repeatedly. Dragon chi of 5 lineages, haha. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder could not help but laugh as the wrinkles on his face crumpled. Initially, he defended Su Zimo against everyone's objections, partly because of the red-headed ghost and partly because he valued Su Zimo's potential. What happened proved that his judgment and decision were not wrong. Swash! The space within the cave distorted. A green-haired old man appeared. He was burly, hale, and hearty. Without any pleasantries, he said directly, "Congratulations, Boss Illumination." Well said, well said. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder replied with a smile. The person who arrived was the Blue Dragon Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of the 5 lineages was almost always the oldest and most noble existence among the dragon race. Given their status, although they were shocked, they could still calm down and not rush over to watch the show like the other dragon elders. Of course, the awakening of the dragon chi of 5 dragon lineages was an extremely rare event. Even they could not help but chat heartily. The grand elders of the winged, hornless, and horned dragon lineages were in seclusion, and the Blue Dragon Grand Elder could only run to the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. Even back in the primordial era, the birth of 2 5-clawed divine dragons was unprecedented. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder had lived for countless years. However, he was still excited at the mention of this matter. Every race had their own destiny and fortune. Typically speaking, for the dragon race, the fact that a 5-clawed divine dragon could be born was already a culmination of the fortune of the dragons. It was rare for a second 5-clawed divine dragon to be born. However, 2 of them were born in this generation. I wonder what would happen if the 2 5-clawed divine dragons were to clash, and who would be stronger. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder grinned. Hee, even I'm looking forward to it now. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder waved his hand. Long Tsang has been in the Dharma characteristic realm for many years and has already cultivated to the perfected stage. Long Zhu is still too inexperienced. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder smiled without saying anything. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly and asked, "Why hasn't that lad transformed into his true form? Why is he still in his half-dragon form?" Beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar, the dragon chi of the 5 lineages formed into thousands of divine dragons that charged at a tall figure continuously. The figure was covered in scarlet scales that burned with scorching flames. However, the figure had not transformed into a complete dragon the entire time. Something's not right. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned and shook his head. His bloodline aura is impure, and he can't even conjure a complete dragon body. He's not a 5-clawed divine dragon. A 5-clawed divine dragon was a king of the dragon race and had the purest bloodline, even resulting in the birth of a terrifying 5th claw. How could it not even conjure a complete dragon body? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder gradually calmed down as well and realized that something was amiss. They seemed to be celebrating too early. The The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder looked at Suzimo's right hand and said in a deep voice, "His bloodline is impure, and it's difficult for him to transform into a complete dragon. I do know the reason why." "What is it?" the Blue Dragon Grand Elder asked. "That lad's right hand is the divine phoenix bone." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said, "With a divine phoenix bone in his body, it's only natural that his bloodline is impure. It's difficult for him to conjure a complete dragon body." When he heard that explanation, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder was even more puzzled. However, if his bloodline is impure, how did the ancestral dragon divine pillar awaken the dragon chi of 5 lineages? No matter how he looked at it, the situation was a paradox. Even with their experience, they could not figure out the logic behind it. Dragon blood, divine phoenix bone. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder murmured instinctively. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. At the same time, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder shuddered as though he recalled something. Could it be? The 2 old men turned around slowly and exchanged glances with widened eyes. Both could see the shock in the other's eyes. The moment that thought crossed their minds, their hair stood on end. The thought was simply way too crazy. Impossible. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder gulped and shook his head. That's impossible." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. "We should be imagining things. It's indeed impossible." At the same time, many dragons near the ancestral dragon divine pillar had already realized that Suzimo did not possess the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon within his body. Of course, they could not understand why the ancestral dragon divine pillar would awaken the dragon chi of all 5 lineages. They could only assume that there was a problem with the ancestral dragon divine pillar that resulted in this situation. Long Tsang heaved a sigh of relief and sat back down. In his opinion, without the bloodline of the 5-clawed divine dragon, Suzimo won't be his match even if the latter advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was a little disappointed. However, on second thought, Suzimo was only at the void reversion realm and had to endure the baptism of the 5 dragon chi. As long as he could tide through it safely, the benefits he would receive would be unimaginable. Some of the dragon elders in midair shook their heads as well. Elder Scorpion's initially tense heart gradually relaxed alongside his expression. If Suzimo was truly a 5-clawed divine dragon, he would have to return fruitless. As time passed by, Suzimo endured the baptism of the dragon chi of 5 lineages, and the power within his body rose continuously. He had finally arrived at a critical point. There was a long silence. The world seemed to have frozen. An unknown period of time passed. All of a sudden, Suzimo's body shuddered, and there was a boom in his body. As though a barrier was smashed, his aura climbed rapidly, and a powerful energy fluctuation burst forth from his surroundings. The void surged and even rippled. His dragon true body had entered the Dharma characteristic realm. At the same time, a strange feeling rose in Suzimo's heart. A unique power began to emanate from his eyes. That was the power of divine powers. Innate divine powers awakened. Innate divine powers were different from the divine powers comprehended in the cultivation world. Innate divine powers were powers that demons or dragons could automatically awaken after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. This was a talent that originated from the bloodline. Every race had different endowments and awakened different innate divine powers. For example, the armored mountain beast comprehended mountain cleaving divine powers. Some of the rat demons comprehended burrowing divine powers. The innate divine powers awakened by the 5 lineages of the dragon race were different as well. The horned dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon tooth. Once awakened, the teeth in its mouth became even sharper and could even crush dharmic weapons, dharmic treasures, and tear everything apart. The winged dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon scale. Once awakened, one's defense would increase tremendously. The blue dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon claw. Dragon claws were the most offensive and killing moves of the dragon race. Once awakened, they could penetrate everything. The hornless dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon horn. The illumination dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon eye. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm and awakening their innate divine powers, the power of the divine powers would first appear, and it would cleanse their bodies and bloodlines, causing their bodies to become stronger and transform. The strength of a 5-clawed divine dragon was not merely in terms of bloodline. In the future cultivation path of the 5-clawed divine dragon, there was even a chance for it to awaken all the innate divine powers of the 5 dragon lineages and undergo 5 transformations.